My name is Anna London, and I'm the Director for Collaboration here at the National Library of Sweden. And I would like to welcome everyone here at the premises in Stockholm today, and of course a very special and warm welcome to everyone following this event online. This conference is a part of the Swedish presidency of the EU, and it's a joint arrangement between 12 different organizations: the National Library, the Swedish Research Council, the Museum of Natural History, the Association of Swedish Higher Education Institutions, the European Commission Joint Research Centre, the European Network of Science Centres and Museums, Euroscience, the Swedish National Commission for UNESCO, Swedish Science Centres, the Stockholm University Baltic Sea Centre, the Young Academy of Sweden, and last but not least, the non-profit organization Public and Science, who is the coordinator of this event. Before we kick off today's program, I have some practical information. There will be a short break at about 11 o'clock, but only 15 minutes, so please don't venture off in our nice settings here, because we will continue the program at 11:15 sharp. Lunch, a vegetarian-vegan wrap, will be served at 12:15, and we will pick up again after lunch at 1 o'clock. There will be a longer break in the afternoon at 2:45, when you are able to get refreshments, so you will have enough energy throughout the rest of the afternoon. When we wrap up today around 5 o'clock, after that we will have the opportunity to mingle and enjoy some snack, and of course continue the discussions that we have initiated here today. Restrooms are located outside the auditorium on 2 levels and to the right by the elevators. In case of an emergency and evacuation of the building, emergency exits are located through the back where you came in, and also here in the front to your right. And when you have found your way outside, please gather behind the library towards the park side and not in front of the main entrance. Please also take a couple of minutes to answer some questions on Menti. Go to menti.com and enter the code you can see on the screen, 5914 7979. And with that said, it's time for the welcome address. And let me now introduce to you and give the floor to Karin Grönvall, National Librarian and Head of the National Library, together with Katarina Bjelke, Director General of the Swedish Research Council. Warm welcome.
State Secretary, distinguished guests and colleagues in this room and online, as National Librarian, it's a great honor to welcome you to Kungliga biblioteket, our National Library, on this conference associated with the Swedish presidency of the Council of the European Union, with the theme Implementing Open Science from International Policy to National Level. And today's arrangements, as you heard from Anna, we've been working in close cooperation with a number of coordinators, but this arrangement today, we worked especially close to the Swedish Research Council.
Yes, State Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome also from the Swedish Research Council to this important and, as I see it, exciting conference. My name is Katarina Bjelke, and I'm Director General for the Swedish Research Council. Karin.
Our mission as a National Library from the government is to be as the National Library of Sweden and the national research infrastructure. Our history dates back several hundred years, and we have been located in this building since 1887. By that time, we were 7 employees. Now we are around 350. So a few things have happened during this period, I would like to say. Our focus through the history, though, has been to give access to knowledge and information as an important basis for democracy and to enable research. Since the end of the 90s, we have, through the BIBSAM consortium, coordinated access to scientific information for the university and research institutions in Sweden. This started with big deals and have now shifted focus to enable publishing and the transformation towards open access. And we now have an assignment from the government to promote and coordinate the work of open access to scholarly publications, analyzing and assessing the national work in this area. And last year, the Swedish government commissioned the National Library to develop national guidelines for open science. It's obvious that this challenging task is to be done in close cooperation with many stakeholders. It's a common interest and responsibility for the university, for the research funders, and for research sector in large to enable openness and transparency in science. And we are as societies dependent on each other internationally, and so is especially research. Therefore, the coordination within the EU and with the global partners is fundamental. In our work with the national guidelines to open science, an important point of departure is the UNESCO recommendation on open science. And the recommendation recognizes the transformative potential of open science and reducing the existing inequalities and accelerating progress towards the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. We all know that open science has the potential to increase the quality and impact of science to the benefit of society. We also know that there are challenges to overcome in capacity building to make open science the norm for research. Today, we will focus on cooperation towards our common goal, as open as possible, and to move from policy to practice and action. I very much look forward to these 2 days together with you all.
So the Swedish Research Council then is Sweden's largest governmental research funding body, and we support research of the highest quality in all scientific fields. We do analysis of research and of the research system, and based on that, we also advise the government on research policy and work also to ensure that research benefits society. As you all know, I guess, since you're here, open science is an umbrella including the following pillars: open data, open source, open access, open peer review, open scientific publication, and open collaboration. The Swedish Research Council is driving the development towards open access to scientific publications together with other organizations within and outside of Sweden also. The Swedish Research Council's guidelines for open access help drive the development, and ever since 2010, one of the conditions for receiving a grant from us is that you comply with the Swedish Research Council's guidelines for publication with open access. So what is the reason why we require open access then? Well, we believe that everyone should have access to the results of research financed via public funds. We also think that research results can be read free of charge of the internet, also reach a broader audience, and researchers outside of the specific field. People outside the research community have the opportunity to take part of scientific articles linked to their occupational also activities. And research published with open access spreads faster, and the articles are cited more often. The Swedish Research Council has a mandate from the government to promote and coordinate Sweden's work on introducing open access to research data. We actively participate in the national and international dialogue conducted between research funders, researchers, research infrastructures, libraries, university management on issues of open access, and with the aim then of contributing to a culture change and stronger incentives for open access. We also conduct studies in which we investigate researchers' conditions for publishing with open access. We published a report in the autumn of 2022, and in the autumn of 2023, another report is on its way. In parallel with this, a survey and analysis is underway that is being carried out jointly with Riksbankens Jubileumsfond on the functionality of existing publishing platforms. We believe that the evolution of the research system into open science must be strongly anchored in the research community and with the aim to make research more transparent, reproducible, and accessible, and of course, in the end, drive research quality. With that, I wish us all fruitful days and inspiring sessions on how to take open science policy into practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Karin and Katarina. So now we move on to the opening address. I now have the honor to introduce to you the State Secretary at the Swedish Ministry of Education and Research, Maria Nilsson. Welcome to the National Library and the conference.
Thank you very much, Anna, and thank you, all of you. It's very nice to be here. I am honored to have been invited to this both interesting and valuable conference on open science from policy to practice. And it is a great pleasure to give my introductory speech today to all of you participating on site here at the beautiful National Library of Sweden, as well as online, hopefully located at equally beautiful places. The conference is associated with the Swedish presidency of the Council of the European Union and jointly organized by the National Library of Sweden, the Swedish Museum of Natural History, and the Swedish Research Council, in collaboration with many other partners. As you heard, Anna, I will not ask you who they are. During the conference today and tomorrow, you will exchange knowledge, share the best practices, and together discuss different methods, ways, and approaches on how open science can contribute to strengthening sustainable futures and democracies, and how we jointly can move from policy to practice. And the latter, I believe, is key. Collaboration among stakeholders, nationally as well as internationally, is crucial in accelerating and supporting the implementation of open science in society at large. And in the current state of the world, there is something truly beautiful to everything that starts with the word open. Open access to research results enables more researchers to validate, reuse, and build on previous research results. This is vital as it contributes to maintaining and promoting a high quality of research and a strong research integrity. Open science will bring research and society together, help tackle societal challenges, and ultimately increase European competitiveness. To increase the value and quality of research, research results need to be disseminated and reused both within the scientific community and in society at large. Science needs to be open and science needs to be trustworthy. This has proven to be a prerequisite not only in the management of major societal and global challenges, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, but also for counteracting disinformation and knowledge resistance in society. This is true both now and for future generations. Therefore, it is a strong priority of the Swedish government to encourage and accelerate the transition to open science. Since 2016, a national effort for open access exists, which since then also has been clarified with specific national goals for open access to publications as well as research data. The Swedish Presidency of the Council of the European Union also considers open science a top priority for research and innovation policies. And I will come back to those priorities in a few minutes. However, starting in 2017, the National Library of Sweden and the Swedish Research Council hold the government's assignment to coordinate, support, and monitor the work on open access to publications and research data. And within the framework of open science, they also have the assigned several other tasks connected to public engagement and the European Open Science Cloud. Also, in parallel, all higher education institutions in Sweden are tasked to continue to develop their work on open science. The continuous deliveries from these assignments clearly contributes with an important basis for the government to drive and support the transition to open science of Sweden. During these years, many stakeholders in Sweden, may it be funders, higher education institutions, agencies, or organizations, have been engaged and involved in taking open science further, with the shared aim to support the research community in making it easier for society to access and use scientific results of high quality and trustworthiness. And even with its challenges, we can already see good results from this national cooperation in increased number of open access publications, as well as making research data accessible. This is both welcomed and gratifying. As a further measure to strengthen and support the work nationally, the government has assigned the National Library of Sweden to develop national policy guidelines for open science. This mandate includes identifying aligned national priorities, clarifying roles and responsibilities, and defining further needs for support and guidance. As an important element, the National Library carries out the assignment in close collaboration and dialogue, of course, with other key stakeholders, such as the Swedish Research Council and other research funders, as well as the higher education institutions. It is my firm belief that only by anchoring cooperation and exchange of experience among all involved stakeholders, a broad, robust implementation of the national policy, the path from policy to practice, will be possible and realistic. And as I mentioned, open science with a focus on publications and data is considered a top priority for research and innovation policies during the Swedish presidency. The aim of our presidency is to build on the work of our predecessors in the field and contribute as much as possible to accelerating the transition to open science. One of the priorities concerns Council conclusions on high quality, transparent, open, trustworthy, and equitable scholarly publishing. Academic publishing activities are still the primary means of disseminating new scientific knowledge, and rigorous peer review is essential to scholarly publication of highest quality. But the potential of the digital revolution for scholarly publishing has not yet been fully realized. Even in new opportunities for more efficient and effective ways of scholarly publishing are emerging, much of the current system is still based on business and operational models inherited from the era of print and paper. One of the necessities of the transition to open science is to tackle the increasing cost of scholarly publications. Also, researchers should be recognized and rewarded for providing peer review. And the issue of predatory and questionable publishing practices needs to be addressed in a systematic manner. During the last 3-4 months, drafts on the Council conclusions has been negotiated among the member states within the Research Working Party, and next week, at the Competitiveness Council on May 23, the EU research ministers will meet in Brussels with the aim to approve on these conclusions. I would like to touch upon another priority, high-level conference on research infrastructure and the presidency declaration on the benefit of research data. Since 2019, the European Directive on Open Data and the reuse of public sector information includes research data in recognition that the volume of research data generated is growing each year and has potential for reuse within and beyond the scientific community. However, to be of any value for others, research data also must be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. These attributes are essential to extract the full value from data resources and enable for machine-driven analysis. This is a major challenge today, when too many publicly-funded research data remain on local storage, including the scientists' personal hard disks. Therefore, a further priority in the research area concerns research infrastructures. The Swedish presidency will highlight the importance of measures that provide increased access to research infrastructures, their data, and services to solve society's challenges. This is also important, as I mentioned before, for enhanced competitiveness in the long run. The presidency is planning for a high-level conference on the 19th to 20th of June in Lund on this theme. The intention is to present a presidency declaration on maximizing the benefits of research data in connection with the conference. And with these remarks, I want to conclude by wishing all of you continued inspiring, fruitful discussions and knowledge exchange during the rest of these 2 days of the Open Science Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, State Secretary, for taking the time to talk to us. We will now move on to, when it comes to policies on open science, the most overarching and inclusive is, of course, the global recommendation of open science by UNESCO. about a year and a half after its finalization, we will now have the opportunity to learn more about the actual implementation of the recommendation. And here with us today to tell us more about this is Hanne Moncler from the UNESCO Open Science Steering Committee and the Ministry of Education and Research in Norway. Very welcome, Hanne.
Thank you, and thank you so much for inviting me. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here today to talk to you on the implementation of the UNESCO recommendation on open science. And as Anna said, I'm here as a member of the UNESCO Open Science Steering Committee. The committee is convened by the UNESCO Director General to help her implement the recommendation. And I also had the pleasure of being a member of the advisory committee who helped guide the consultative process leading to the consultation, to the recommendation, I mean. And I would like to begin by underlining the importance of UNESCO's global mandate. As you are all well aware, many important initiatives have been taken nationally and regionally, but UNESCO is in a position to reach out to the whole world. I guess and hope that many of you are already familiar with the recommendation that was unanimously adopted at UNESCO's General Conference in November 2021. Here you see the 4 key pillars: open scientific knowledge, open science infrastructures, open engagement of societal actors, and open dialogue with other knowledge systems. Open science is a set of principles and practices that aim to make scientific research from all fields accessible to everyone for the benefits of scientists and society as a whole. Open science is about making sure not only that scientific knowledge is accessible, but also that the production of that knowledge itself is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. Member states are encouraged to prioritize 7 areas in their implementation of the recommendation. The first is promoting a common understanding of open science, developing an enabling policy environment for open science, investing in infrastructure and services to contribute to open science, investing in training and education for open science, fostering a culture of open science and aligning incentives for open science, promoting innovative approaches to open science at different stages of the scientific process, and promoting international and multi-stakeholder cooperation in the context of open science with a view to reducing digital, technological, and knowledge gaps. And to support the implementation, UNESCO, in collaboration with its partners, are in the process of developing a set of supporting tools, technical briefs, fact sheets, guidelines, and training materials. This will constitute an online living open science toolkit accessible to all. Work is also ongoing to develop a global monitoring framework for the recommendation. And based on my experience in the Advisory and Steering Committee and reports from committee members from around the world, I will now like to convey some thoughts on what I see as important factors for a successful implementation of the recommendation. Open access first. We have come far, but the article processing charge problem is far from solved. It is important to acknowledge that for researchers around the world, unaffordable article processing charges is a persistent problem, and we need to continue to work together globally to solve it. This illustration is from a report from UK on challenges and opportunities for low and middle income countries. And as you can see, a Nigerian researcher has to work 9 months and 17 days in order to be able to pay the APC and publish in Nature Communications. Fee waivers are often seen as ways of mitigating APCs in low and middle income countries. But interviews and focus group feedback suggest that waivers are a source of frustration and are not felt to work well. Waivers are reported to be poorly advertised and understood. The process for applying is felt to be confusing and time-consuming, and for many, not worth the effort. And like the State Secretary mentioned, I have also read the draft Council conclusions on scholarly publishing, and we will learn more about that in a later session today. But I would like to say just now that I have been so happy to see that it stresses so clearly that it is essential to avoid situations where researchers are limited in their choice of publication channels due to financial capacities rather than quality criteria. And I think the explicit reference to the UNESCO recommendation is important. And not least, it is important that it highlights the importance of not-for-profit scholarly open access publishing models that do not charge fees to authors or readers, and where authors can publish their work without funding or institutional eligibility criteria. Researchers should retain their intellectual property rights. It is important to increase researchers' knowledge of intellectual property rights and their value, including the consequences of copyright transfers from authors to publishers. Currently, many institutions around the world lack awareness that their researchers are freely giving away their copyrights to the detriment of the individual researcher, the institution, and the general public. And academic institutions can support their staff to retain their rights. There is a growing group of universities who is adopting local institutional rights retention policies. This enables their researchers to retain ownership of rights and content in the works they create. Here is an example from the University of Oslo. The rights retention policy ensures that the university's authors retain rights to share and use the accepted manuscript version freely. Employees and students who wish to opt out can apply for exemptions, which is important with regard to academic freedom. And the university's rector is legally responsible for resolving any disputes, and the burden is lifted from the individual researcher. Over to infrastructure. Open science is infrastructure intensive, and shared infrastructure should be encouraged. Infrastructure is costly, and reports from UNESCO's regional groups have made clear the importance of working together and establish regional platforms. Well-run infrastructures are essential if we are to achieve more data sharing and better research services. In the UNESCO recommendation, this is highlighted in several sections. It is paramount that data is managed securely in order to build trust in research, and information security and privacy must be highly prioritized within all research organizations. Thus, it is extremely important to recognize and value the expertise required to organize, lead, and manage research infrastructure and data platforms. researchers need access to state-of-the-art research infrastructures. The UNESCO recommendation recognizes this as a question of great importance. And when it comes to our region, here you see Action 8 in the European Research Area Policy Agenda. And one of the foreseen outcomes is broader and more sustainable access for all countries to European research infrastructures and their services, and a revision of the European Charter of Access to Research Infrastructures. And I'm also the Norwegian delegate to the Committee for Research Infrastructure in Horizon Europe. And I've been for many years, so I know that achieving transnational access is hard. I would like to point to two factors that I think are important. The first is that the pandemic has shown the importance and possibilities of remote access. I think that stimulation of remote access is definitely an important aspect to bear in mind. The second is that we need to develop funding models that make transnational access achievable for researchers without too much hassle and red tape. And developing such funding models is no easy task. Understandably, researchers wish for models where access is paid up front, so that services are experienced as free. Whereas national funders may also need information to help prioritize public spending and ensure economic sustainability. For instance, through user fees or institutional willingness to contribute to funding. In my opinion, questions about functional operation models are extremely important. And we need to devote sufficient time and effort to developing such models if we are to succeed with open science. I would like to emphasize once more that open science is about making sure not only that scientific knowledge is accessible, but also that the production of that knowledge itself is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. Open science represents a cultural change in how research is conducted, how researchers collaborate, and how research is shared and organized. And a key word is trust. Decision-making needs to rely on information from various sources, including scientific research, indigenous and local knowledge, participatory and community-based research, and so on. However, in some countries, the lack of data, or sometimes the lack of validation process of these data, poses a serious problem for policymaking, which needs to be informed by data and statistics. And participatory science can contribute to data collection on vulnerabilities, factors, trends, and changes in many key areas. And the collaborative and inclusive characteristics of open science allow new societal actors to engage in scientific processes, including through citizen and participatory science, thus contributing to the democratization of knowledge, fighting misinformation and disinformation, and guiding scientific work towards solving problems of societal importance. And we're going to hear more about the European Commission's mutual learning exercise on citizen science later today, and I'm really looking forward to that. And I would like to end by underlining that open science is not only a question of what is best for the science community. It is a fundamental question of whether we are willing to do what is required to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And I would like to quote the International Research Council from their position papers on science as a global public good. Knowledge has been amongst the most powerful of public goods. It has been the inspiration, stimulus, and agent upon which most human material, social, and personal progress has been built. Access to knowledge and to the education systems that seek to increase the stock of knowledge of individuals and thereby, in aggregate, of society are recognized as human rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hanne. So it's time for today's first panel discussion. So let me start with explaining that the topic is the Council conclusions on high quality, transparent, open, trustworthy and equitable scholarly publishing. And as the State Secretary mentioned, that has been negotiated between the member states and is expected to be signed next week. So with that said, I would like to invite the panelists to join me here on stage. Please welcome Michael Arontoft, Head of Open Science Unit from the European Commission, Karel Leuben, President of the EOSC Association, and Astrid Söderberg-Widding, President, Stockholm University.
I don't think we met.
Yes, very welcome. We have prepared and we will focus on some of the topics of the draft Council conclusions, and they are 5 in number, namely the cost of scholarly publishing, that it should not encumber individual authors or readers. We will also talk a bit about the secondary publishing rights, the importance of an EU or a national legislation. We will talk about the importance of the non-for-profit open access models and the support of these models by the public research institutions. We will talk about the Open Research Europe platform, and last but not least, the importance of the publishing infrastructure and the connecting these to the EOSC. But first, let's warm up with a quick word on your first impression, having read the draft councils. 1 sentence only. Astrid, please, first impression.
Well, when I first read it, I thought that this really has the potential of taking open science to the next level, because it really aims very clearly at putting policies into practice, and also that it engages with both Europe's researchers and its universities.
Thank you. Michael?
I think that the Council conclusions really give the right policy directions, both in terms of highlighting the right challenges, ensuring quality, managing IP, fair pricing, and it also highlights, I think, the right actions. That we need to have fewer regulatory barriers. We need to step up the open access publishing model.
That's a long
And we need more training. There was no full stop in that sentence.
No full stop. Very well. And Karel, your first impression?
Well, the shortened sentence would be very good, but my advantage is being the third speaker, so I can simply agree with the previous 2 speakers and then make one additional comment. I was very pleased to hear from the State Secretary just a minute ago that emphasis on data in the near future and also with the Lund conferences will be added to that, because I missed in the Council conclusions, which were mainly about publications, the emphasis on, let's say, openness and open access to data and what is needed for that.
Thank you. So going or looking now at the cost of scholarly publishing and that it should not encumber individual authors or readers, what does this mean in practice? How can we achieve this? Can we have separate routes, or will they counteract one another? This whole color discussion, green, gold, and etc. Maybe, Karel, you would like to start off with your views on that?
Yeah, my personal opinion is that in 2003, we should have started to forget about the publishers. It was very clear already at that time the publishers were there to make money, which is understandable. They are private organizations, they have shareholders, and their main aim is to generate money for the shareholders. So it is not a fair system, to be honest, for the researchers. Second remark I would like to make, I don't think the researchers should pay. So counting the number of hours or months the researcher has to work is, in my view, nonsense, because the researcher should not be the one paying. The researcher is not paying for his desk, he's not paying for his pen, he's not paying for his computer. Why should he pay for his publication? The organization that hires the researcher has the responsibility to take care of what is needed to do the research and to get the research results out there. With that, I would like to stop at this moment. There's many more things I could say.
No, but thank you. Astrid, you're also the president of the BIBSAM Consortium Steering Committee, so you know very well about the cost of scholarly publishing. What are your opinions on this?
I think it's extremely important to work on several levels with this, because on one hand, we have to really try to move forward, like in the BIBSAM Consortium, and I fully agree that the institutions should take the costs, but at the same time, we also need to provide our researchers with better information, because they are very happy. They don't have to pay, they are happy, they don't care about the increasing costs for universities. So we also have to raise awareness of the system as such, because I also fully agree that we should have forgot about the publishers long ago. Now we are stuck in a situation where we have to try to find new solutions, but where we are actually, it's not that easy or you could just say, well, we don't want any agreements anymore, but that's a quite radical way.
Yeah. And then maybe to move on to the importance on the non-for-profit open access model, often called Diamond, and the support of these models by public research institutions. So when you were talking about the publishers, we normally mean the legacy publisher, the scholarly commercial publishers. Do they fit into this at all? And how will it affect existing markets? Any views on that, or how do you see that we can combine these two? Yes, Michael,
She's
would
looking
you
at
give
you.
it a
Well,
try?
yeah, definitely. I mean, to come back, it has
Yes.
relationship to costs as well. And I mean, there are a number of factors that decide on the costs. And we believe that the first one should really be you pay for the service that is being provided by whoever is the publisher. There can be disciplinary differences. There can be regional differences, as we heard from the intervention from UNESCO. But there can also be coexistence between different models, and this is exactly where we as public authorities and policymakers need to push. We need to diversify the landscape. We need to give much more viable routes. We don't want to have pricing based on reputation or impact factors. So this is why it's so important to put for non-profit open access publishing models, which will have many attractive attributes. First of all, there will be an opportunity to publish very early. There will be hopefully an opportunity also in these new types of publishing models to have a wider range of outputs, so not only publications, and here I agree with Carol, the underlying data, of course, is also, and publishing different findings, but not only that, the attributes of the data sets, the workflows, the methodologies also is very important. Of course, at the center of all that, we need to ensure the quality, very, very important. So the rigorous peer review is extremely important to have this at the center. We must provide a professional service of any alternatives to what we see now on the market. And this means also, as was mentioned before, giving credits. Not only to the authors, but also to the reviewers, and having all these excellent findings being accessible. So indexation is a very important attribute as well. And of course, at the end of the day, the fee should not be borne by the individual researchers.
No.
So covered by institutions, yes, but also by funders, and we are also a funder.
Yes. Thank you. Astrid, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, I think it's extremely important with those not-for-profit open access models, but I also think that to gain acceptance from all researchers, I also think that that needs to go hand in hand with a change in the way we view research, that we assess research, and that's there. For example, Quora is a very important step in that direction. That metrics should not be used in a mechanical way to evaluate research, but of course also quality has to be ensured with those OA models.
Yes, very true. And you mentioned Quora. Carol, would you like to add something to the open access models, non-for-profit?
Well, not specifically about the models, but apparently we seem to agree, and maybe also we agree with the audience, and we're preaching to the converted in a sense. But why is it so hard if we all agree and haven't reached that? Well, I think it's a cultural change, and this cultural change takes time. And for researchers that may be there for a long time, not necessarily the research leaders and the boards of universities or the politicians are there for a long time. So cultural changes are most difficult for those that are in the job only for 4 years and move on to another job. So they have the responsibility to work on it together at the level of the university, at the level of the country, together with the countries in Europe, and they have the responsibility to hand that over to their successors and to make it an institutionalized system. In the country, you can make it a law. In the university, you can make it a policy which is sustainable. And, well, in Europe, you can also, let's say, address it in such a way that it is sustainable for the long time. And I think that is important for us to do in order for us to change the culture.
Of course, yeah. The culture change that leads us into another big culture change, called the secondary publishing rights, and the importance of this, rights retention policies and so forth that Hanne was mentioning. And where are we on this development? And when will we see a common EU legislation? What are the main challenges? We were talking about a culture change. So, Michael, would you like to elaborate a bit on that topic?
Yes, I can, maybe except for the when, but I'll try for the rest. So where do we stand today? I think it's very important that we distinguish between the right by law and where do we stand today. What we've seen over the last 10 years that this has been introduced into national copyright legislation in 5 countries around Europe, Germany, France, Belgium, Netherlands, and Austria. And there is also recently in Spain a new law that has been introduced in that direction. So this allows at the national level, so by law, authors, so researchers, to provide open access to articles that result from public funds. But if you look at the 5, and also we are now having a closer look at the Spanish one, they all have embargo periods, and they have no requirements for open licenses. So this is important to note also. Now the other thing, which was mentioned previously, is to have these rights by contract. So this is what Coalition S calls the rights retention strategy. So what is being tackled here is that most often the rights of the publication is transferred to the publisher from the author or the institution of the author. Now, some numbers I think are important. If you look at the 10 largest subscription journals today, there's only one of them where the author keeps the copyright. If you look at the more than 7,000 titles in the open access journals, it's around 60% where the author holds copyright. So you see the difference also between the different venues and the different routes that you can have to open access. Now, of course, there's an increasing number of research organizations that have introduced this right by contract. Of course, we hope to see this going up as well. Now, going back to the right by law, indeed, and this is also mentioned in the Council conclusions. I think it's called something like measures at EU level, but it could refer to an EU-wide secondary publication right. Why is this important? It's important to harmonize legislation across European member states and avoid any kind of fragmentation which creates uncertainty with researchers, and in particular when you talk about collaborative projects. So that very often work across boundaries. So what we're doing and have been doing now for more than a year is that we're working towards an impact assessment. So we want, to, of course, to do this seriously. If you want to introduce something like that, you need to have a thorough impact assessment with an in-depth analysis, studies. We have had many of these. We have had many workshops over the last year. We have to be clear also on the objective, which of course is, as the Council conclusions also say, immediate and unrestricted open access. And then at the end, of course, we need to look at the many different measures that we have in place and what would be the impact if we were to introduce these measures. So one is what you said, possibly an EU-wide secondary publication right, but there could be others. There could be looking at the exceptions that we have for research that today are not mandatory. So this is another one that we could make them mandatory for member states. We could also provide guidance, which I think is very useful, not only an overview, but really guidance on how, what is the scope and the interpretation of the provisions already in place in the EU copyright legislation. On the other hand, when we talk about rights by contract, this is something, by the way, what we have in Horizon Europe, where we have the prior obligation. Yes. Which means that beneficiaries have to maintain enough IP rights so that they comply with their contractual open access obligations. So this means that this obligation precedes any publishing agreement that you can have subsequently, which of course is very important. Once you receive a grant as a beneficiary, you have this prior obligation. And we also, through our projects, we think it's very important that researchers understand better the importance of IP. So training them in IP management, which is also part of the Council conclusions, is something that we already do in Horizon Europe and we will continue to do.
Yes, yes, training and knowledge. Astrid, would you like to add to that? Secondary publishing rights.
I think it's extremely important that we move forward together within Europe, even though we don't perhaps have the solution yet, because I think that if it is left to the national legislation only, it will be very difficult to come forward in this. And I also think that Norway and also the UK are very courageous in just starting to implement rights retention strategy without knowing how the outcome. So I think they are really forerunners. And well, but I do think that we have to do it together.
Carol, would you like to add something
Nothing
to that?
to add. Fully agree with the previous speakers.
You leave that to us to sort out, of course. Yeah. The Open Research Europe, or the ORE platform, and similar other publication platforms are, of course, a very important channel as well. What are the main challenges for these type of platforms, and how can we make them attractive to the researchers? And of course, I'm looking at you then, Michael. Please go ahead.
Yeah, the last part of your question, I think I already touched upon when you talked about, in general, non-profit open access publication models. So since ORE, Open Research Europe, is working on the model of post-publication open peer review, it's clear that the attractiveness is that you publish the research results early, so as soon as possible in the research process, of course, in open access. We said also for ORE, it accepts many other types of entities than just traditional publications, which is very important. It has also what is called collections and communities per discipline, and some even cross-discipline, which makes it also very attractive that these are well managed, and researchers can find their peers more easily and make more use of the platform. Indexation I mentioned already, and we are getting indexed more and more for Aura, and the accreditation, the rewards for being an author and a reviewer is implemented in the system, so you get automatically data on that as well. And of course, the whole thing without fees, it's free for the time being, Horizon beneficiaries, but we are working on extending that also to beneficiaries of national programs. And who knows, referring to the UNESCO comment, maybe also to authors that are not bound by any funding or type of institution. Of course, that has limits, but that's part of the challenge also. Your first part of your question was about what are the challenges. And of course, the main challenge is sustainability. That it has a cost, significantly lower than we see today. We are operating with fees that are much lower than was shown on the slide for UNESCO. But still, you need to secure finance for such a venue as a public good, and everyone has to chip in for this one. Another important part, which maybe is sometimes forgotten in terms of sustainability, is the governance, which has to be both transparent, so open for the public, and accountable. So I think this is one major challenge, which is really the sustainability in all these senses, governance, finance, and so on. Another one, which I also mentioned before, is that it has to be professional. So we have to ensure the quality, the scientific checks as well, both in terms of editorial checks, but of course in terms of a very rigorous process of peer review. And then to have the features that I just touched upon, to have these disciplinary mini areas within the journal have shown out to be very attractive to the research community, and that's what counts in the end.
Yeah, thank you so much. Astrid, would you also give your views on the open platforms for publications?
Or I would rather like to give Lero's views, or to share with you Lero's views, because I thought their comments were quite interesting in there. When they commented on the Council conclusions, they suggest that there are some challenges before the ORE actually may become embedded in the European research infrastructure. And why? Well, they argue that, and I quote, "What Europe may really need is the development of an open, interconnected, publicly owned infrastructure where all parts are interconnected and speak to the rest, so that one single pan-European system is not likely to be successful," according to Lero. So they argue for this, that all interested bodies should come together to engage for the construction of, and also collaboration in, such new multiple pan-European infrastructures and networks. And I know that's easy to say, but I think that there may be something in it. So.
For sure. Karel, on the open platforms.
Yeah, I think Michael already addressed the advantages, and it's obvious. I said that in 2003 we should have started doing this, and it's obvious that it has a lot of possible advantages. But you asked about the, let's say, hurdles, and one of the hurdles is, of course, the tradition that is there with the scientists to go for publications in journals that are outstanding according to their way of looking at it. Also, the fact that scientists tend to be competitive with other scientists, that needs to be addressed. And Michael addressed this by saying, well, there should be a clear and high level of peer review. I think the peer review should be an open system as well, in order to make that transparent for the people that do the reviewing and that are being reviewed. It should be, as was said by Astrid, distributed over the disciplines, because one discipline is quite different than another discipline, and of course neighboring disciplines can join activities. So it could be part of a larger infrastructure in the somewhat longer run. Sustainability was mentioned, therefore I think the institutions and the countries should take their responsibility to jointly, maybe together with the Commission, pay for it, so that it doesn't collapses if a new Commission comes or if somebody says we stop or something like that.
No, very important with the sustainability. Yes, so moving on to the importance of the overarching then publishing infrastructures to be based on open software standards and not non-proprietary systems, and connecting these to EOSC. We would like to hear how far we have come and what needs to be done. Who are the main stakeholders? Carol, do you see?
I will explain in my presentation this afternoon where we stand and what we've done so far, but I would like to emphasize what has been said earlier this morning, that what we are doing needs to be fair. And it's not simply these 4 letters, and it's not simply these 4 principles. There's 15 principles underlying it, and it's about the metadata especially. So if you think about findable, then there has to be an identifier. If you think about accessible, there has to be a proper AAI system. But the most difficult one is interoperability. So interoperability within one discipline is one thing, but interoperability across disciplines and across countries becomes much more difficult, and we have hardly anything there. I don't think even 2% of the research data is out there. Then maybe the publications later on can join in. By the way, I see the future of publications in several of the disciplines becoming metadata with the data rather than a publication that has data with it. Now, if I look at my own research with 35 PhD students in the past, I don't think 2% has ended up of the data in the publications. The rest of the data is somewhere on a hard disk in a journal or somewhere on the shelf in my office, but not accessible to anybody, not even to me anymore, because the metadata are not there. So I think we should really stress that we properly work with data to make them fair, look at the 15 principles, see to it that the publications jointly with the data becomes part of the total system of a federated infrastructure where we could, for example, link Aura into EOSC.
Yes, and we will continue the discussion after lunch. So a reflection on what you hope will be the biggest change or development that we will see after or as a result of these council conclusions. What are your expectations or highest hopes? Would you like to start, Michael?
Yes, I can give it a go. I think that it has several aspects. I think first as a funder, and also member states as funders and others, that there was a clear push in the council conclusions to redirect or rebalance at least funds from paying for access to content and open access publishing to investments in non-profit open access publishing services. We are ourselves investing in that. I mean, Aura is one, and we are now piloting also the expansion of Aura. And as was said also, at the end of the day, it will be an ecosystem that is federated. So very much agree also with the statement before. It also means investing in building capacities, and here also from our side we are funding a number of projects in that direction to build the capacity in providing a publishing service. Secondly, as a legislator, there were some clear directions also in the council conclusions that we need this legal certainty in terms of harmonization of legislation, in terms of guidance also, and in terms of training on what it means to manage your intellectual property. And then finally, I think also we as policymakers, we have the role of coordinating and initiating something. Quora was mentioned, which we were also part of initiating. So this convening power also is very important to move together.
Thank you. Yes, hopes and biggest change. Astrid, would you like to develop?
Yes, I think it's extremely important that the council conclusions really recognize the problem with the increasing costs, and also that there are actually no reduction in prices, but only increases. And ironically enough, this is linked to the transformative agreements, which were part of the movement towards open access. But now I think the most important thing to do, departing from the Council conclusion is really to move beyond those transformative agreements in order not to get stuck in a kind of permanent state of transformation, which would be fatal, I think. Then I think also that they point out a number of possible directions to take: open platforms, secondary publication rights, etc. We have touched upon many of these. But I also think that the fundamental issue, and that this has also been touched upon, is the change in research culture that is needed with, for example, an advanced research assessment with open peer review processes, with full implementation of FAIR principles, etc. So I think that's at the very heart of the matter.
Thank you so much. Yes, highest hope, Carol.
Well, first of all, agreeing with the previous speakers and emphasizing again the educational aspect. In order to make this cultural change which is needed, we have to educate the present researchers, we have to educate data stewards. And then comes the, let's say, statement that this costs more and more money, which may be true, but that's relative. I mean, the amount of money we spend on science or the amount of money we spend on research is a given thing. How we distribute it, so rebalancing, as Michael said, is a different story. Instead of having your 21st PhD student, you could have a data steward. And then you could solve a lot of problems for the 20 researchers and PhD students you already have, rather than having the 21st and have another problem on top of that. So there is also a task to be done by research leaders, by funders, in order to emphasize the right thing. I'm not against high-performance computing, but if we would have spent part of the money on high-performance, which is spent on high-performance computing, let's say 20% on this area, and would have tried to change the culture, we would have reached a lot. But the problem here is we need many more people to comply with it. And then the last problem is if you have Aura or if you have EOSC established, there's not a ribbon to be cut, there's not a building to be opened, there's not a machine to show, and that is not shiny enough for the politicians, unfortunately, and that makes it hard.
It's an important change to do, though. Thank you all for a very interesting discussion. I think you might have a question or two to each other that you would like to share, since we have so prominent speakers up here on stage. So are there anything you would like to ask each other? Go ahead. Yes.
If I may, the Council conclusions, of course, they speak very much to the Commission and the Member States do this, do that. Do you believe, coming from an institution, that they don't speak enough to actions to be taken at institutional level, which I personally believe are extremely important to reach the ground?
I agree that that is the most important thing, but I actually think that when reading them, I was not appalled by them speaking too much to member states only. On the contrary, I think they often refer to the scientific community, perhaps indirectly, but I also, when I read Leroux's conclusions, they also emphasized that they really include the researchers and and the research performing institutions. So that I think that perspective is really present in there. So, yeah, and then also that the problems that they address are the problems that we struggle with on an everyday basis. Yeah. So therefore, it is necessary support if the politicians would decide upon these conclusions.
Yes.
Well, not so much a question, but a call for joint action at the European level, at the national level, and at the institutional level. We really need collaboration between these two levels. In the countries, the institutions should, together with the funders and the ministry, and especially I emphasize the ministry here because they have a role to play and to take their responsibility, and then the ministries should join up in Europe. So it's not, as Michael says, it looks like it is for the European Commission, these conclusions. No, they are for us, and we should do something jointly.
Great. Yes.
Astrid, would you take the opportunity to ask a question?
What would you? We are meeting again in the panel this afternoon, so I'm looking forward to hearing about EOSC then. But what would you say were the main challenges today?
She's pointing at you, Michael.
For what challenges?
For the advancement of open science.
In general, not
Yeah,
about
in general.
scholarly publishing.
No.
Well, there are many.
but
I'll also
top
touch
three.
upon the top three.
Yeah.
I think that the incentives structure is very important. I mean, it very often boils down to motivation.
Yeah.
When the researchers go into the lab in the morning, do I polish my article for a very prestigious journal, or do I make my data fair?
Yeah.
So in terms of incentives and rewards, it's very clear what the answer usually is. Infrastructure keeps getting its importance. It has to be easy to undertake your research in an open science way. And then more and more, we have to think also of the framework conditions in terms of what is legally needed and or can be done by the researchers, which is a question of awareness, but also guidance in many cases. And all of them need to come together, and we see, indeed, the movements. In parallel, you need to change the incentive system in order to also change the landscape of scholarly publishing.
And Karel, would you, from the EOS perspective, would you have the same perspective, or?
I agree, first of all, with Michael that there are many bottlenecks. And the most hard one, persistent one, is what we addressed as the cultural change. And that will take time. And as I said earlier, that will take that research leaders, funders, national systems recognize this and continue to work over time. And do not say we want results next year. Yes, we want results next year, and we get results next year. But we have to realize that this is a long-term plan, not a long-term plan, a long-term venture. In order to change the culture, we need decades. If you look back at what has happened with respect to open access publishing, where we are now, and when we really started to put effort into it. So if we realize that, we just simply go step by step. And as I said, let's do it together. The culture is the main thing, and the culture is different in the countries, the culture is different in the disciplines, the culture is different in the different faculties, as you probably know for your own university. And so getting these not aligned in a sense that they has to be the same culture, but getting these aligned into the direction of we do this for the public good, and as in the presentation of UNESCO said, this is for society. We pay it as society, so it should be there for society. So I think it should be very clear that those people that do the work and that have the ability and the honor to be a researcher, that they also feel the obligation to bring back to society what they have done in such a way that society can benefit, and not in such a way that only 3 researchers can read it in the rest of the world.
Yes, and I think someone has said that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So that's a great challenge we have ahead of us. But some concrete examples of how to achieve open access as a norm, I think we need to share with the audience. Because is there still some reluctance to publish open access? Aren't we already there, as you said? So what could be the concrete examples of steps to make it the norm? Who wants to go first? Karel.
Well, I've been Rector Magnificus of the Delft University of Technology
Yes.
from 2010 till 2018, and the first thing I started to do after having been Dean in the Department of Applied Sciences to change the what we call result and development cycle. And in the result and development cycle, we discuss with every individual what is the result of the work of the past, what is going to be the development for the future, how are you going to develop yourselves. And in that, in the past, there were a number of publications, number of citations. I kicked them all out, and I said, let's look at education, what is your contribution to education and what's the impact of that? Research, what's your contribution to research, not in number of citations and not in number of publications, but your real contribution. What is your contribution to the impact of the work that is needed for what we are doing? What is your contribution to leadership and to organization? These are 2 different things. Leadership and organization are not the same. So every researcher is from that moment on, well, it took a few years to establish, being evaluated on those 5 dimensions with clear, let's say, relative criteria compared to their peers. Not the peers in the other faculty, but the peers in the same faculty. So all professors were judged according to the professors in the same faculty. All assistant and associate professors were judged according to in the same department, etc. So to have a relatively a peer group where you are relative to, and not comparing disciplines or apples with peers, if you want to. I think these are very concrete steps research leaders could take. This system is open. I will send it to everybody that's interested. It's in English, and you can just implement it. Well, just implement it will take you many years, and in 8 years I was not able to implement it completely in the Delft University of Technology, maybe for 50%. But it is an essential step to make these cultural changes.
The ground for it. Yes, Astrid, some examples of concrete steps you would like to see.
Yeah, I very much recognize what you're describing. For example, Stockholm University have been signatories of DORA for a number of years, and then we really started with our appointment committees discussions. How do we actually judge? How do we assess research? And in one of our faculties, they started with a model where the researchers who applied for a certain position were to describe their main achievements themselves. So then that offered kind of help also to those who should evaluate the results. And this also put the focus on quality instead of quantity. So I think all measures to be taken that can be taken to get away from the publish or perish system are good. And I think we are working on that at my university, and of course it takes time. I will not have, when I leave in 1 year and a half, I will not have succeeded, though will have been there for 12 years. So, but it is something that is on its way. And I would say that while, for example, say 5 years ago, it would have been impossible to discuss open access in relation to merits, because it was rather seen as a kind of
hobby.
Pardon?
Hobby.
Yeah. But now it's become quite clear that it is seen as an instrument of quality, and not least when linked to research data, because it enhances reproducibility and so on. So that it is really an instrument to improve both quality and impact of research. So that is. It's not a very concrete step, but I think the most concrete step that you can take is to go step by step and to have lots and lots and lots of dialogue.
Lots and lots of dialogue, and that's what's going on here today. So, Michael, some examples of concrete steps to make open access a norm.
Yeah, first I would like to reinforce a couple of the points that you made. First of all, that it should not take another 10 years. And in fact, reforming research assessment is such an example. DORA is exactly 10 years ago. Yeah. The purpose of QARA is not to have a milestone in 2030. Rather, they have touchdown point in 27. So it's really about acceleration. And you can say the same thing about open access. We're still at less than 50% available in open access. So here we're also talking about acceleration. The transformative arrangements, we're not doing the trick. So we need something else, and we have discussed that. I very much agree also with Carol. Culture is the main issue. So I mean, we already mentioned the incentives and rewards, but behind that we have the values. So it's all about what you value in research. From our part and the member states' part, we a year and a half ago decided on a pact for how you should do research and innovation in Europe. And it contains a number of principles. And at the center of that, you have the pursuit of excellence, and you have the free circulation of knowledge. And when you look at excellence, of course, it has to be well beyond the state of the art, really be ambitious. But also the approach is part of being excellent, to be transparent and rigorous in your methodology. and to have immediate and unrestricted open access. So this is part of the methodology, which is part of the excellence as well. And of course, the free circulation of knowledge, it's about sharing so that others can build on what you're doing. This boils down to something concrete, as you said. So one thing is in the award criteria. Another thing is in how you follow up also on projects and how you help them improve. So coming back to your point, it's more about in the process to improve what's already there by scrutiny, yes, in terms of validity, but also by helping. And we see that in the process of open peer review, for instance. It's not about being selected for publishing, it's about a dialogue between peers to improve what's already there.
Yes. Thank you so much for a very interesting discussion and for sharing your reflection and your views today. As we have mentioned earlier, the conclusions are expected to be signed then next week, and I think it's obvious that they will, we hope, have an effect on accelerating our journey towards an open publishing system, and that all stakeholders have to work together to achieve the goals that are stated in the conclusions. So with that, thank you very much, the panel. Yes, there will now be a break, and as I warned you, don't wander off too long, but please stretch your legs and come back here at 11:15. Hope you enjoyed your little refreshment break. Welcome back. You have to squeeze into the middle to make room to your colleagues. Thank you so much for that. We will now continue the program with focusing on research assessment, and I would like to give the floor to Anna Nilsson Windefjärd, Secretary General of Research Sweden and Vice President of Euroscience, who will lead a panel on aligning research assessment with open science. Welcome, Anna.
Thank you very much, Anna. It's a pleasure to be here with this whole full room and all of you that are participating online. Welcome. Euroscience is a European not-for-profit association of individual researchers, science professionals, and everyone interested in science and its role in society. The goal of Euroscience is an open, inclusive, and healthy European scientific system that works for the benefit of all of society. The association works to advance science and science practice, as well as science policy, through communication, open discussion, and collaboration of all stakeholders of science. Euroscience is an association open to everyone who wishes to make a change in science and its role in society. We will begin this session with a keynote on aligning research assessment with open science to set the stage. After that, we'll hear how research funders are developing their assessment methods and how publishers are exploring ways to secure quality in open science. In this panel discussion, we'll make room for questions from the audience, so please use the Mentimeters to interact with us during the session. And I have my good colleague, Matthias Giraud, Secretary General for Euroscience here, and he will be in charge of handing over the questions to the panel. Now, it's my pleasure to welcome our keynote, Professor Nicolas Fressenjas, who is the Vice President for Open Science at the University of Lorraine, leading all areas of open science at the university. He is also an expert on open science at the French Ministry of Higher Education and Research. Please, Nicolas.
Thank you very much, Anna, for the introduction, and very sorry not to be here with you in Stockholm. My flight has been cancelled yesterday, and thank you very much for the technicians over there for handling this in a very short time to allow me to be there virtually. So I'm going to talk to you about aligning research assessment with open science, as seen from the views from inside my university as the vice president for open science in this university. So my talk will be divided in 3 parts. So first part, I'm going to talk to you about what's going on from my view in my university at the researcher level. What are the issues faced? And the second part will be the issues for my university. And finally, we have already talked about coalitions on advancing research assessment, which is, to my view, the way we can move forward. So what's going on at the researcher level? We have diverging incentives at the researcher level, which tend to block the progress on open science, as we have seen today. What are the diverging incentives? The first thing is that we have, I think, to acknowledge that open science, opening the science takes time and energy. Why? When we want to share outputs of our research, it takes additional works and additional skills. I've spotted a recent publication on that says that it is acknowledged that additional time and effort is needed compared to closed research. So why? If you look at the data, for instance, openness of data, then you have to do some pre-registration saying if you have to do some project, what are you going to do with the data? You have to write data management plans. And then once you have done the research, then you have to share your research outputs. So you have to share the papers, you have to share the books, the data and software and source code, and make your data fair and so on. That's not the only thing. As it's already been said, that you can also open the research processes themselves to make them inclusive and transparent. And if you want to do all that, then you have to develop new skills. And this is something that has to be improved. So the incentives to do that, well, they drive any woman's or man's work. So in the same paper, they said that there's a tendency to underestimate the additional workload that is devoted to open research. So basically, and it has already been said this morning, the basic thing is to develop clear incentives that allow researchers to choose among the many tasks they have to do, choose the one that allow to make the data fair, for instance, or to share their paper open, and to grow in knowing how to do that. So that's one thing. What can we do with incentives? So I'm going to talk to you about the things, how they're done in France, but I guess it's pretty much the same thing in other countries. The motion speed towards open science, if I look at different entities, funders and universities and so on, they're not the same. They're not the same. So if you look at what's happening in a researcher's daily life, they have an individual assessment. So when they go do their PhD, when they're hired, and when they are looking for promotion. But that's not the only one way of being assessed. You have also collective assessment for your laboratory or for university or other research performing organization. And again, on a daily life, you also make projects and you are want to have funds for this project, and you have a large variety of project funders. So how do we handle this? Well, it's quite difficult at the researcher level today because we have a variety of assessors and a variety of incentives. So how do we handle this? Well, it's difficult at the on the researcher side. So today, well, they're not as angry as I written here. They used to be, but it's a little bit better now. So a few years ago, if I look in my discipline and in my country, so my discipline is physics and my country is France. Well, a few years ago, we had a clear rejection of doing open science. And why was it the case? Well, the case it was because if you did that, if you took time to do all what we've talked about, then the hiring and promotion expectancies in my university, in my country, were not met. So we don't have time to do that if we are evaluated and assessed to on something else. So today it's a little better, fortunately. So open science benefits in my university, they're starting to be understood. But everything is not solved, because if you look here around my university, then the funding agency we have in France, they have included open science expectancies in their way of assessing. And well, they have high open science expectations. But if you look at collective and individual assessment, well, the open science expectations are less, and expectations are on another side. Let's talk about impact factor, for instance. So, well, that doesn't make things easy. So now, if I look at my university, so what should we do as a vice president? Should we behave? Well, what we know, what we see, is that the research assessment turn is to be done, is ahead. The question is, how do we handle this turn? There is clearly in the university a consensus that a research assessment change is needed. So why? We already talked about it. We have diverging incentives. We have lack of rewards for many research outputs. Reward is actually presently on papers, not necessarily open ones. And we have data, we have software codes, we have many other things, and there's a lack of reward for that. And there's also a lack of reward for other research activities, such as going to the public and opening data and so on. But open science, and it is important to see that it's only one part of the scene of assessment. And it's been said this morning, they're also linked, but you know, we have scientific integrity issues, which is linked also to open science, but not only, and which should be included in a way of reforming assessment. We have research valorization, which can be economic and which is not antinomic to open science. We can be not economic, and you also have communication outside academia, and I've put dots there because there are probably many other parts of research which I've forgot. Okay. So my feeling today is that the steering wheel of research assessment is quite a bit stuck if we stay at the university level. Why? The university is okay for a change, but the question is, okay, we change, but where to? We see that we have a consensus that the change is needed, but we have no clear idea, and let aside consensus, on where to go. What are the changes to be made? So what are the issues there? Issues there, for one of them is the question of skills and time. So we need assessors to do the assessment, and the assessors we have in hand in our university are not well aware of what's going on the open science side. So we have a skill gap for assessors to fill, create formation, training, and so on. We have talked about that this morning. But assessing better takes more time. It's easier to look at the number of publications and number of citations and so on, that to Carol said that just before, than to look at what's your contribution in that, what's your contribution in that. It takes more time. And finally, the assessors we need in the university to assess, well, they're not so easy to find. They're not so easy to find, they're not so numerous. So if we ask them to train before assessing, we don't know if we will find enough. That's a tricky task. So, and finally, we need a coordination with other research partners, because researchers in France, but everywhere, are assessed by various organisms. They are assessed by university, at the state level, by project funders like Horizon Europe, for instance, and they are assessed also worldwide. So we need coordination with all that, because we cannot move all alone, our university. So let's try to negotiate the turn. How can we do that? What we feel, and it's been said also this morning, that coalitions are needed. So we have to have coalitions of university, of performing research organization at a national level, and also, of course, at the European level. And I said, put in parentheses, at least, because if it was wider, then it would be even better. We need to find the pertinent criteria. And today it's not met. We don't have a consensus on that. So we have to find this criteria, and well, this should be evidence-based, well, based on research. So the criteria, I put a few things I could think of here that have to be quality-based. We have talked about this morning, but how do we make criteria on your contribution as objective as possible? Because it was the illusion of objectivity was attributed to accounting citations and so on. And now that we have an objection, which is, okay, no, what you are doing now is subjective. And how do you make this as objective as possible? And it can be different for each discipline. And finally, we would need a coordinating training of assessors, as just said before. Why? Because we need to have as large coordination as possible, European, worldwide, mutual training so that anybody can train the others. And what we would need also is help find assessors. So I don't know, I don't have any idea for the moment, but the question of finding assessors is really a tricky one. So if we want to change that, we would need a coalition. And these coalitions have been talked about this morning. So you know I will be talking about CORARA, but first let's have a look at the French assessment diversity, which I don't know if it's the same in other countries, but in our university, in our country, we have for individual assessment, we have local and nationwide step. So if we want to hire someone in our university, we have two steps. One step is discipline specific, nationwide. And then afterwards, you have to have another step in the university, which is local and not discipline specific. If we look at promotions, then we have two steps. One step is nationwide, and the other one is local, but transdisciplinary, not specific to a discipline. And it's done with the same application file. If you look at National Research Organization, then each of them has its own assessment process. Now, if I have a panorama in France, only in France, then we have over 100 ways of performing research assessments. So the trick here is to coordinate this. So it's on its way, but only on the start of its way. What about collective? So collective assessment, here in France, we have the Haut Conseil de l'évaluation de la recherche et d'enseignement supérieur, so the High Council that evaluates research and higher education all over the country, so it's nationwide. It assesses every collective research organization. For that part, we have a great tool for coordination. So it's a big institution that has that wants to make progress, that has signed CORARA and DORA and so on, but the progress is starting. And what about project assessment? Project assessment, we have national funding agencies, a few of them. The leader one is the national one, and they have built a common road towards open science, and the assessment coordination is also on a good start, but only starting. And we also have to talk about the coordination on the university about project assessment. For the moment, each university, each organism has its own way of assessing projects. So that makes a lot of different things to do. So let's coordinate. How could we do that? First of all, we have built French national coordination. So that's a nationwide coordinated group, so with the High Council on Evaluation, with the universities, with the National Research Organism, the funding agencies, and any other institution with had signed DORA. That's a coordination which is a year old. So it started actually in the end on 2021, and was at the heart of the organization of the Paris Open Science Conference in 2022, which launched the Paris Call on research assessment. And this coordination in France is starting to evolve toward a French national chapter of CORA. So we believe that this coordination on a national basis is essential because the ministry, which is not within this, is also concerned. So we have to organize this coordination within the country, and probably it's the same thing in other countries. So COARA, I won't talk a lot about this because it's already been mentioned this morning, but you all know about that. It's a European-wide and beyond coalition started by Europe, but open to the rest of the world if anybody wants to join. The fact that it is bottom-up built is very important, is because we include the researchers in the way they design, the way they want to be assessed. So as already said, it's a European initiative, which is open worldwide. Today we have around 500 European institution members, or it's only a month old. But I think may respond to the majority of the previous concerns on the researcher level and at the university level. So it's a good thing that is started here. One final thought about that is, if you are changing the way research is assessed, I feel that we are tampering with just the very heart of the machine, because researchers will respond to incentives, and depending on disciplines, depending on the interaction between researchers in any country, in every country, if we change the way they're assessed, we will change the way they interact. And it's a very, very complex system. So tampering with the heart of the machine may change the behavior of the research machine, the worldwide research machine. So it could have unforeseen effects. So it already had, because the assessment as it is done today was certainly the problems that we have in an assessment that is as it is done today was not probably the goal a few years ago when it was set up. So we have to be very cautious, because it's an extremely complex system. So how could we handle that? How could we handle this extreme caution and yet do something? Because it's not because we have to be cautious that we have to stay stuck. So we want to do something. Let's take a look at the COARA 10th commitment. If we look at it's the last one. The last one, but one of the most important one, I think. If you look at that, you said that we want to evaluate practices, criteria, and tools based on solid evidence and state-of-the-art research on research. So in our community, we are researchers, and we have researchers that do research on the very process of research itself, so that we can make research on the research process itself, so as to have evidence of gathering of evidence, and this gathering of evidence could end up in data that could be openly available to many people. So what we need, I feel, is that we have research needed on the process of research assessment using actual researchers on that, actual scientists on that theme. So we already have what this is called meta-science, research on research. We already have meta-science initiatives in many countries and in many disciplines, but they are not that much coordinated. For example, in France, we have over a little less than 100 disciplines in higher education, but we don't have in these 100 meta-science. So, well, that's a whole. So what I feel is that cross-country and cross-discipline coordination is needed. So it would allow to fuel what we're talking about, research assessment advances with evidence-based state-of-the-art knowledge, but it could fuel also open science policies in the general term, open data, open software and source code. And as all research is made for, it could also fuel unforeseen applications as of today. So that's for a scientific approach to performing research assessment. And finally, I will conclude on giving a note on the ministry gathering, the science and technology gathering of the G7 that was happening in this weekend. So it ended on Sunday, and the science and technology minister communique is just out. It went out this weekend, and I took just an extract from this. And you see that the G7 supports immediate open and public access to government-funded scholarly publication scientific data. So that goes worldwide, what we're talking about now. And I didn't put it in alert color because it's not about research assessment, but you saw that we are talking, the G7 is also promoting interoperability and sustainability of infrastructures, as we just talked this morning. And it supports the incentives on research assessment. And if you look at the detail, they support COARA, so that's a good sign. And they also support research on research, aiming at helping to shape a more effective evidence-based research policy. If you look at the details of the text, it's of course a support of a backup of COARA and the promotion incentive, so it goes to the G7, but even worldwide, so outside G7. So if I want to conclude, I feel there are issues and obstacles at the level of the university, at the local level, but I feel also that the issues of this obstacle are starting to be leveraged because because the community, French one, European one, and the worldwide one is starting to coordinate, and that's pretty good news. So thank you very much, and happy to participate in the panel.
Thank you so much, Nicolas, for that thorough run-through of aligning research assessment at different levels with open science. Now, it's my pleasure to invite my other speakers on stage, Katarina Bjelke, who is Director General, Swedish Research Council, Dagmar Meyer, Policy Advisor at the European Research Council Executive Agency, and Max Dumoulin, Vice President, Portfolio Innovation at Elsevier. Welcome. And of course, we're all interested in hearing what you're doing at your different organizations, but let's first start to give you a chance to react to what has been said. Would you like to start, Katarina?
Yes, of course. I sympathize, of course, with a lot of things that has been said. Many good points. This is, as has been said before, a cultural change, but we all have to be careful, I think, as also was mentioned from the speaker, not to disrupt the assessment system in a way that doesn't benefit high quality in research. These changes must, of course, be globally and should and must be developed by the research community itself, as I see it. So many interesting points that you pointed to. Thank you.
Thank you. Dagmar?
Yes, basically I can fully subscribe to what you said. I mean, it's very important that we don't pour out the baby with the bathwater, as we say. So by trying to promote open science, not just open access, but open science in a much broader context, we should always make sure that we maintain the principle of quality or excellence, as we like to, the term we like to use at the ERC. What I found interesting in the presentation was that it started off at a rather negative note, basically saying, well, moving towards open science means extra effort, extra workload, extra energy, extra skills, and so on. That is, of course, true, but only at first sight and only in a short sight. Because if you make all these investments, and of course there is a startup investment to be made, but you will reap the benefits in the long term. And I think that's always very important to keep in mind, that this is not just something, an extra burden, full stop, but it's an investment in the future, and it's an investment into improving the quality of research. Once you've done it. Yeah.
A good point, and I'm thinking that the challenge lies in the researcher as one person, the individual seeing that reward coming. When is it coming? Because as a collective, it's easy to see that, but it might be harder on an individual researcher, possibly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Max?
Yeah, thank you. And it was great talk by Nicolas, and many great points were made, and I think also what Dagmar said, I support as well. It's, but I think from our point of view, I think we do need to keep supporting the traditional values of quality that we've had in the past, also with different models, but also looking for new ways, looking for data sets, looking for all kinds of other ways of rewarding research. And this is something that also very poignant by Nicola. There are different disciplines, there are different countries, there are different ways of doing this. And what's really great is this new tendency to have these narratives and supported by evidence, which I think is very important. And if we do that well, and if we use proper metadata conventions and all those kinds of things to sort of knit it together, I think we can support those incentives, but we can also hopefully prevent a lot of work for the researchers so that it's actually something that can be done. And we are hopefully looking forward to taking a role in that. So it's also a very exciting challenge, I would say.
Yeah, I will talk more about the role of the publishers as we move on in this discussion. I'd like to just throw one thing at you really quickly. You know, you hear off and on researchers saying, and often very well accomplished researchers in terms of publications, that no, we can't leave the old system, it'll hurt quality, this is the only way we know, and we're almost afraid of this open science. What will happen to quality? What do you say when you meet that kind of argument? Anyone?
Yeah, if I may. Well, we're talking about culture change, and that is always very difficult, and it takes time. And it's probably, in a way, I mean, we don't want to wait until the old generation has left the stage and the new are taking over, but I mean, there is some hope there anyway. I think it's a question also of making sure that people understand what quality really means. And quality is not, well, maybe there is some kind of correlation, but quality is not the same as high impact factors or a high prestige journal or a glamorous journal or a glamorous publisher. We really have to look at the intrinsic value of the research that is being published. And of course, that takes, again, effort, also effort then on the side of the evaluators, if we're talking about research assessment. But this is really what we're talking about. We're talking about quality publications. We're not talking about glamour and indicators, etc., etc. We're talking really about the content of the research. And this, of course, also, as Nicolas said, requires also training and awareness raising at the level of the evaluators, of the assessors, making sure that also the resources are available for a more in-depth assessment that really looks at the content and not just at the packaging, etc. So, but I think if those framework conditions are provided, then it should not be too difficult really to move into the right direction.
Thank you. Katarina?
Yeah, I think I mean, you have to acknowledge that the system so far has served the community well, but a lot has happened in the world. And I mean, as of now, more people and the demands on the researchers to be open and to contribute to society in a much broader way, it is much more obvious these days than it has been before, where maybe you thought of the university and the knowledge inside it just for the students and just for the university itself. We're not there anymore, so we have to change the system in a smooth and harmonized way, I would say. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think also when you talk about quality, you could also talk about qualities and about things that are important, things that we would like to have from the academic system. And one of it could be, of course, new knowledge, and it could be by publishing in journals, and of course we're happy to support and keep supporting that. But there are other things. Open science, for example, reproducibility is an important quality as well, just as equitability in the system, inclusivity, those kinds of things. So I think, and of course it's not our role to determine what is really important. We're just there to support whatever has been decided. But I think to very important initiatives such as Quora, the question of why, what are the qualities, and what's the sort of the value, but also the norm of quality within those qualities, if you can still follow me. I think that's really important as well as all the different practices and disciplines and countries. So it's, yes, it's a huge challenge, but if we allow people to create their own narratives and we're just there to support them with evidence, then I think we have a chance of making the system better.
Thank you. I would like to ask our two the representatives for research funding. So you look at projects that apply for funding. Are you changing the way you look at projects? Would you like to share that with us?
Should I start? Well, as it is, we believe in the Swedish Research Council that we have a robust and well-functioning assessment system today, and it has evolved during time, I would say. It's driving quality, but of course we have to adapt it all the time, and we have to look at what is important to really see to that we really assess the quality in a good way. As of now, we are then the application for research, we have the criteria which we feel are important, the scientific quality of the project, of course, the novelty and originality, merits of the applicant, and the feasibility. We have signed COARA, and we are working together we are involved in that development. But even before the COARA was initiated, we started a project within the Swedish Research Council to oversee the system of assessing research for funding purposes then, because the assessment is, of course, different if you should assess for a position or if you apply for funds for research. And there we have to collaborate, and I know also the Swedish universities are working together in assessing also, or looking at the assessment system at the universities, and we have to work together, of course, nationally, as was mentioned also so by the speaker. We have so far not recently, because of the recent discussions, implemented any major changes in our system. We have looked into good examples from other countries, and we are discussing a lot about narrative CVs, for example. We have a limited number of publications presented already. We use metric in a very responsible way, not looking at them too much, but there is still one of many things that you can look at. So that is where we are at the moment.
Ongoing process.
A lot engaged in what's happening in Europe, of course, and globally, because that's extremely important that we go hand in hand with the system. So
maybe hand in hand with Dagmar.
Yes.
Yes,
So.
actually, a lot of what you said really made a lot of sense to me also in the context of the ERC. So just like the Swedish Research Council, we believe that our assessment process is already pretty good. But of course, that something is pretty good and has proved to be good, and as it's also reflected in a number of indicators where you can see that we are actually selecting very good projects and very good researchers to implement those projects. You constantly have to reflect and think, is it what we're doing? Can we just continue doing the same thing? Or maybe the circumstances, the environment has changed, certain factors have changed. Maybe we need to make some adjustments and some tweaks to the way we actually select the grants. And this has been happening, so pretty much in parallel to the process that was happening at the European level, for which ultimately ended in the, culminated in the creation of COARA. The ERC Scientific Council has also set up a task force on research assessment to really in-depth look into all our processes and procedures and to see, is there anything that maybe we could improve on and where we could maybe also align it to the new developments that are happening. I don't really want to say to align it to open science, because it's not like aligning to open science. Open science should always be a means to an end. Open science is part of what you're doing, and opening up processes, opening up the way, let's say, incentivize people to do their research in a more open way is part of a bigger picture. So I don't really terribly like this idea of aligning assessment to open science. It's like, well, anyway. And so as a result of the work of the task force, the ERC will make some changes, and these have already been announced, and I'm sure many of you have actually read or heard about them. So we're making some changes in the way the selection procedure is happening as of the work program 24. So for this year, we're still following the old procedures. And basically, without going into too many details, the idea is that there will be more flexibility. We have already always said only a limited number of publications. It's quality over quantity. We're not as strict anymore. Do they have to be from the last 10 years? We leave it more open to the researchers. The most recent, the most relevant publications, or not only publications, research outputs much more generally they can put forward. This is, of course, important to stress it. It's not only about publications. We have combined the CV and what we called the track record, also eliminated some factors from the CV that are really not relevant for what we're doing, and you shouldn't be asking for information that then actually doesn't enter the process. For example, how many PhD students have you supervised? It's not really part of our assessment criteria, so why ask about it in the CV? So we have really cleaned up the CV part. We're now asking for these 10 relevant outputs that should be relatively recent. And then also examples of peer recognition that demonstrate that the researcher will actually be able to implement that ambitious project that he or she is putting forward. And for these examples, the applicants are invited to provide a short narrative in which they actually explain what has been their role in this output, or why is that recognition, peer recognition that they received, why is it actually relevant for the application process. And then in addition to that, we also encourage applicants to provide further information about significant life events, activities to the benefit of the scientific community, the research community that they have engaged in order to provide context to the evaluation. Right. But these are not evaluated as such. You don't get brownie points for them. But it allows the assessment panel to have a more rounded view of the researchers. So that's the idea behind it.
Thank you. One part, you said, well, I know a lot of funders say, well, give us your 10 chosen articles, and now preprints are coming in as a way to show the latest. And there's a discussion about preprints. It's a good vehicle of getting knowledge out there fast. And we have a very recent case in of COVID. And I would like to ask Max, because Elsevier did a very interesting study with regards to the quality of preprints during COVID. Would you like to share some of the data there with us?
Yes, well, what we've seen, of course, is that preprints have become much more important in the communication flow. And I think this is really important because preprints clearly are a bit of a strange output, right? I mean, in some disciplines, it's quite normal, and people trust each other, and they use the preprints as something that for the next research as well. But now we see also in health and medicine that preprints have come up a lot. And I think this is very good, a good policy, because what we see is that those preprints are being used. They lead to earlier feedback. They lead to quicker times, and that's also why all our journals allow that you can, at the same time or before, have a preprint. And I think that's important. Just like data sets, you should have those separate from the article and share them as much as possible. So I think that's another quality that we can add to this equation and make sure that it's available early and widely. Yeah. And
are you sharing the results of this study with the European Commission in June? But is there, because the question was really, was it bad or poor quality? Was it, what do we have in these preprints? Because there was some stuff out there that maybe shouldn't have been used, and from different parts, if you're not a researcher yourself within that field, it may be hard to assess, can I trust this or not trust it, and so on. So that's also part of the discussion. But maybe that's not open yet, that data from the study.
Well,
are we looking forward to it later? Or
I'm not really sure about that study. What we do see, of course, is that preprints are for people in the know, extremely valuable and extremely useful, and we should support them. At the same time, we also know that there are people who are, let's say, outside research and are skeptical about research and its findings, and they've abused preprints, right? That should not disqualify or dismiss the use of preprints at all. But there is definitely, there's a danger there. And I think what's really important is that I think there are also panels today about research, information and communication. That's very clear, that preprints have a very important role. They're perfect, they are upcoming, and there's a lot of potential. But there is also a little bit of a downside, and only a little bit, but we have to be cautious of that and make sure that within our communications, also in collaboration with journalists, for example, but of course we know that they're also being bypassed on the internet, that it's clear that preprints are not peer-reviewed yet, and that sometimes there can be an issue.
Right. Thank you. And Nicholas, I have not forgotten you. I know you're there, and I appreciate it. I'm going to get to you within a few seconds, and also I'm going to get to your questions in a few seconds. But there was a question raised a number of times, actually, this morning about the cost of publishing, and there are voices raised against publishers charging researchers for publishing with open access. There was also discussion on with, how do we do that? Should it be non-profit, but we still need to have a rigorous process in order to maintain quality? And do we have assessors, evaluators, and that whole system? So how do we move on? And what is your view as a publisher on this transition and this discussion going on?
Good question. There were some interesting challenges also this morning, and I think costs are a challenge, and we should not run away from that. We are also transforming, and I hear your comments. We're definitely hoping that we're moving in the right direction. A lot needs to be done, so we have about 2,800 journals, 700 are fully open access, so that's growing. We even have 130 diamond journals, so we're also capable of working with that. So we're not against experimentation. Of course, the costs need to be covered, and this is something that we're working with at the moment. And these are challenging times when it comes to that. For us, it's really important that we're competitive when it comes to cost. So I think that's very important to us. If we every journal that we compare with another similar journal, we want to be definitely not more expensive, if possible cheaper, and also work with institutions to have the best model for them. But it's a challenge, and we don't have all the answers yet. And what we do see is that globally, there are definitely countries and institutions and also people who would like to have choice. And that's another challenge that we have. So it's just flipping the whole system is also difficult. So
well, let's move over and see what the institution says. Well, thank you for opening up, because
it's a difficult question, Anna, and I wish the answer were there. Then I would just give it to you.
But I think we all know it's not really there yet.
It's not there
a lot of these processes are actually ongoing. But Nicholas, for example, what do you say? What would you like to ask or comment with regards to this?
To the coast. With regard to the coast, in my university, that's one of the main issues about open access. For the moment, we have kept the cost of closed access. I mean, we have to keep the cost on read agreements with the publishers, because we don't have yet, and it's far from there, 100% open access. So we have to keep the old cost, and we are also to the transition towards open access, and the great problem that we have in the university is APCs, because it's a cost that is rising, that is not driven by the university. The view we have on how many APCs are spent is quite difficult, and we have lab directors coming. How am I going to pay for that? And we also are cautious about transformative agreements. So what we try to do now is try to support Diamond open access, but yes, it's limited because we have all the three costs here. So, well, what kind of question? Well, I heard it was not yet solved, and yes, I'm agree with that. We have to think about it, but again, it's a question of coordination, and perhaps my question would be, how about Diamond Open Access, and how could this be actually funded if it's free for the author, free for the reader, and could we have a collaboration with the publishers to fill this Diamond Open Access?
Quick answer if you want to, and then we move on to the audience
Yes, please.
answers.
The answer is yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yes, let's talk about
So a hand is reached out, and a hand is met by another hand. So that's good. So I would like to open up now for any questions. If I see a hand now, I'll grab it. Otherwise, I'll turn to Matthias. Matthias, have you received any interesting questions?
Yeah, actually, there's a lot of going on here in the in the virtual audience. I'm trying to group some questions. I have to say, many interesting discussion is going around team science. So many people are actually asking also in regards of incentives, how, for example, can research teams be assessed, research teams to be awarded, moving away from individual careers, and also to value roles in these teams, for example, data steward, for example, open access data curators, and so on and so forth. So I would like to ask the panel, how do you see that? Maybe starting, of course, with the two funding agencies, how these things are assessed, and how are you working on it?
Should we start?
It's interesting that you say starting with the funding agencies. I mean, we do not, the ERC funds individual researchers and their teams, which they are free to put together themselves. But we are not assessing teams as such when we award the grants. So I do think that it is an important question, but I don't think it's really, we are the right address for this particular question. Now, maybe to look at it slightly more generally, of course, once you have the grant, once the project is running, in most cases, you will have a smaller or bigger team, and then the question is whether you are actually capable of keeping that team together, make sure that the right people get the right jobs, and so on and so on. And that, well, to some extent, it's the quality of the PI, but we do not assess it as such, but we look at what have you done previously that could convince us that you are able to pull off that ambitious new project that you are planning to do. And if that is a project that requires a lot of teamwork, then of course you will also look at how did this work in the past, but we don't look at it in this explicit way.
Did Katarina want to?
Well, we assess research environment, but in general, that's can you ask the question again? But how to evaluate the whole environment, you mean?
Yeah, and in general, the whole environment, and how also the research teams can be evaluated and become incentives for individual careers, or can be positively or negatively seen in metrics, but also in assessment.
But this is part of evolving the system or changing the system right now, actually, because we are doing those evaluations already, but on in the way that we have done them so far, and in that sense, I think this will also evolve with more narratives and more. Asking the people to explain to the assessors how they contributed in different ways to create the environment, and also to have the high quality in the environment. So.
Thank you. Max?
Maybe I think also was said this morning about the point about data stewards, and I think that's a very important point. Maybe this new open science requires some new roles, and they need to be recognized. So I think it's a very good question. Again, it's something that needs to be supported with very good and accurate metadata. Well, for team science, of course, there is a type of metadata that we're also using in our journals. The uptake could be a little bit higher, so that's also where we can collaborate on that. But it's also, we also have to be careful, because you could also say it's a step back, because it's about papers again, and we should also look at the data sets and the preprints and other types. Last week I was in a discussion and someone had put a DOI on a smell, a 200-year-old smell, and they put a DOI on that, and I thought it was brilliant. So there is also a variety of different outputs out there.
I can just add that looking at the feasibility of the project that they want to do, then you need today a different setup of persons also. So you need to be able to assess also, is this feasible to achieve with this set of people? So I mean, in that sense, it has changed and will change in the future also.
Yeah, I was going to say there's so many areas of research right now where you really can't do it on your own. You really have to put together a team. So I'm thinking it's a very good question, and I'm not surprised it's coming from all over, because we do have to be able to evaluate individuals, but within the group. That we have to move forward on that. So I think that's very important. Did you have more questions?
Yeah, there's another question which is very interesting. It's more like also a group of questions that came directly after the keynote. Actually, there's one researcher that he had the feeling that open science was just there, and no one ever told him how to use it for research assessment and how to move on. And he is really asking the honest question: how can we help the research, or how do you think the researchers on the ground can help to actually properly implement this and actually also lead to the cultural change where what was discussed already today several times?
That's a great question.
That's a very nice, very honest
Thank
question.
you for that question. I think I'll start with Nicholas, since it was based on your presentation, and then I'll let all of you have a shot.
So I'm sorry, I had a 2-second break on the question, and I didn't hear everything. So if you just can repeat the question.
The question is, how can anyone help actually researchers, or also senior and experienced researchers, to include open science in their research assessment, all aspects of open science?
How can researchers help to include open science in research assessment? Well, as I was talking about finding assessors. And when we're dealing with research assessment, we need people from various disciplines. So if you have to read a narrative CV from I take example in my field in physics, well, you cannot pick someone in social science and humanities to look at that narrative CV. So the question is, you have to find someone in physics and not so far away from the discipline. So if any people want to help, well, become assessor, and also before becoming assessor, train yourself on what is open science and how you could evaluate with regard with open science. And that's a difficult question. The criteria and so on are difficult questions. So what you could do also is get acquainted with the research that's been done on that side. I mentioned one paper, which is Research on Research, but there are many others on that, and start to get acquainted with that. I am a researcher in physics, and I tried to go deeper in this research on meta science, and it's fascinating. Not so easy to do, but it takes a little bit of time, but it helps. And so go into that, become assessors, and come help us to do the assessment.
Thank you. And I'd like to say, Nicholas, would you share that paper later on with the proceedings from this conference, if others would like to read it? That would be nice, I think.
The link is on my presentation. If you share it, so I can give you the link. It's not a paper of mine. It's a paper I just read.
Great. And so, like a 1-minute response from all of you. Would you like to start, Katarina?
Yeah, very short. I think incentives, on top of that, you need incentives, and as has been said before, this takes time from this system we have today, and it's if the change should come, I think the researchers need incentives for themselves, for their merits. So,
well, incentives, of course, resources, guidance, institutional steering, good policies. What else?
I was going to say, but the question was, how can he help, she help?
Well, I mean, for each one of these, of course, you have to see, like, institutional policies, that's the institutional leadership that has to take a lead. Yes. And so depending
on where you are in your
at the
career.
level of the institution. Yeah. Guidance could also be, for example, societies that provide guidance to, especially to early career researchers who, for the first time, move into peer review, for example, etc. So now I didn't, for each example, say who is in charge, because sometimes it's actually also more than one entity or one person. Or
the funders also have a responsibility, of course, to drive the system, of course.
Can I have a go at 5 quick tips?
Absolutely.
On top of open science, I think it's important, just for the researcher, right? What can they do? I think just put your ORCID on everything, right? Publish your data set somewhere and link to it. Publish to make sure there's a link to your grant. If possible, use credit as much as possible. And lastly, consider a preprint. So if you do those 5 things, actually, there's already a lot achieved, because your librarian can find a lot of these items together, and you're creating more transparency than there was before. So it's a very simple thing, and it doesn't need to cost too much time or effort.
It's a very simple thing. Yeah, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
We take that with a grain of salt, but that's very concrete. Thank you. We have time for one last question.
There was one person who asked, like, how to best acknowledge the effort of participatory research that also, for example, includes citizens, that also, for example, includes other multidisciplinary part that does not always produce the typical scholarly outputs. Difficult one.
Yeah, for a last question, that's good. Does anyone want to take a shot? Nicholas? Yes, please.
Yeah, in fact, you have one example of the dots in my presentation, which meant I forgot many things. In fact, that's one aspect of research outputs. You have many others, data going to the public and research software and so on. So there's no. I don't have any definitive answer, but the idea is that in your narrative CV, you acknowledge all of research products, and this is clearly one. Citizen science is clearly one of the research products and research activities.
Thank you.
Hope that helps.
Well, thank you. Our time has run out. I would like, on behalf of Euroscience, to thank our wonderful speakers today. And, of course, the audience here and online, and for participating with very nice questions. If you enjoy discussions of this type, you'll enjoy ESOF, and we welcome you to Poland ESOF in 2024 for more discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, and the panel. Yes. We will now break for lunch, and you're welcome back at 1 o'clock, and there will be refreshments outside the auditorium entrance on this floor and on this floor. So half of the room can leave by this door. There will be somebody opening it up for you. So enjoy your lunch. It's a vegetarian wrap, and enjoy your networking time too. And see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back from lunch break. I hope you have enjoyed the networking during the lunch. We will now continue the conference Open Science from Policy to Practice. And we did ask you some questions at the beginning in Menti, and we can tell you that there are participants in this conference from 49 different countries. And as you may have noticed, from the 42 different speakers we have, they also represent 8 different countries. And the overweight of the representatives come from the academy. So we are very happy with that. So that's good to hear. Stakeholders from the different necessary parties. We will now continue with the EOSC section. The next topic will focus on the European Open Science Cloud. And for this session, EOSC Advancing Open Science to the Next Level. Here with us today to lead this session is Wilhelm Widmark, Library Director at Stockholm University and one of the directors of the EOSC Association. So welcome, Wilhelm. Kan du hålla dig här?
So let's go to something more concrete. Could you say that about EOSC? I hope so, that we will hear some more concrete, not only policies. But we will listen to 5 different stakeholders within the EOSC community that will discuss the current status of open science in Europe and how we are building EOSC together. And as we think that things should be reusable, we will reuse the panel from this morning as well in this panel. So we start with 5 different speakers, and the first speaker is Michael Arendtorff from European Commission. Welcome up and take the stage.
Thank you so much, Wilhelm. I'm not sure it's an honor to be reused, but I'll do my best. I've been invited to talk about the European Commission's contribution to developing the European Open Science Cloud, but not only that, because it's a key enabler for practicing open science for our researchers across Europe. To put it in context of our overall open science policy at the EU level, on the left-hand side you see all the practices that we are promoting from a policy point of view, but also from an implementation point of view, and it's all about quality, impact, and efficiency. We are promoting transparency and rigor in the research process, in the research methodologies, which will also be complemented, of course, with the overall objective of immediate open access, promoting open licenses in terms of giving access to and reuse the outputs of research. And of course, the whole purpose of this is to ensure the openness, for scrutiny, for validating the research results, and in many cases also for reproducibility. So we're talking about validity, robustness of the results, so quality of the results. As you can see, we're also promoting practices in terms of open collaboration, and that to happen very early in the process. And we have seen many cases where this leads to much easier integration, uptake, and use of the research results. So more impact also. And of course, by sharing, we allow one research team to build on the results of others. On the right-hand side, you see a number of enablers that we are working on, and we have touched on many of these this morning. Of course, the European Open Science Cloud is right at the center of that in terms of providing an open research infrastructure. I would like to start with where we stand today. We had, during most of last year, a study undertaken which showed that only 40% of researchers occasionally store their data in shared data repositories. So more than 60% use their personal physical data storage, or in some cases the local institutional data storage. We also looked at more than 300 data repositories, to look at what was the degree of fairness of the data sets there. And again, if you looked at all the attributes of being fair, from PID to metadata to semantic interoperability, you could say that it's somewhere between 15 and 20%. It's very low, and you could even claim maybe less than 10%. We also asked why. Why is it the case you don't share? And they said, well, it costs too much time, it takes too much effort. Very much the arguments that also Nicolas in the previous session outlined. We're not sure that it's legal when we share our data, and we're not rewarded. So there's no incentive for us to share. So what we do from the European Commission point of view is that we support it both politically and program-wise. So politically, we have placed open science and EASC in particular right at the center of the new European Research Area policy agenda. We have also made sure that it's well positioned in the European strategy for data that contains EASC as a space for science, research and innovation across Europe, and that will be closely articulated also with many sectoral data spaces, be it in transport, energy or health. Program-wise, we put in place for Horizon Europe a partnership with the stakeholders that pre-allocates almost $500 million from Horizon Europe to go into EASC developments. And as it is a partnership, we also see corresponding investments from the stakeholder community. We're doing that both in terms of giving grants, but also procurement is part of the picture, and we launched, as I said, a number of studies as well. Our role is also there as a coordinator. We coordinate also strategic developments with the member states in the steering board. We coordinate with the EASC Association and the stakeholder community and the partnership board. We also have close interactions with research infrastructures and infrastructures as well. We work with many thematic communities as well, where we see really a demonstration, an early demonstration of what could be the added value of EASC. And we do also use EASC as providing the overall monitoring of the uptake of open science practices. Here you see how we have put it straight at the center of the European Research Area policy agenda. It's the first action, and it has there as the center the development of the core of EASC, but also the federation of infrastructures across Europe, be it research infrastructures, data infrastructures, e-infrastructures. So EASC is really a federation of these existing infrastructures. But part of the action is also to promote the principles of open science and promote the best practices. So we are also issuing catalogs that hopefully can provide inspiration for using the kind of enablers like EASC and practice open science. And as I said, also monitoring is part of this. So it's really a community-driven process in the sense that we work all together, Commission, EU member states, associated countries to the program, and most importantly, the research stakeholders themselves. It is a gradual implementation that will come little by little. It will be a living federation that will add both in terms of data, services, and different features that will be provided to our researchers. In government terms, we managed the so-called co-program partnership with the EASC Association, and we are in a so-called tripartite governance, not only with the association, but also with the countries that participate in EASC. Now, I wanted to show this picture, which comes out of our recent procurement of EASC, to give a bit this picture of EASC, which is really not an infrastructure by itself, but it's a federation. It pulls together research infrastructures, data infrastructures, e-infrastructures. So these are existing ones. It's not something new, a new infrastructure that we are creating. But very importantly, it puts on top of that additional services, additional value-added services, be it tools to make your data fair by design, tools to, so from the outset, or tools to take an existing data set and make it fair, so verification tools. It provides services for integrating your data, for managing your data. It provides service discovery, composability, so you put the services together and you put them in a workflow which pertains to your particular case as a researcher. And also, it provides coordinated entry points. So the system will not ask in any way that a researcher shifts from her or his normal entry point, but can use his or her normal thematic research community entry point, or his or her normal institutional entry point or national entry point. Of course, in some cases, could also use the EU node that federates everything in case there's not a thematic or institutional or national entry point. To go a bit more in detail of what is also provided, of course, all these federations means that there should be some harmonization in terms of who can access what in the system, what is acceptable use of the system, what level of service needs to be provided. So these are rules that, of course, need to be harmonized across this federation of systems, be you if you're a user or if you're a service provider. And of course, what binds all this together, what is the glue of all of this, is defined in what we call an interoperability framework. So you need to be able to connect all these digital artifacts. You need to be able to find and to compose all the different services. And this requires, of course, a set of standards, protocols, technologies to bind all of this together. So this is also part of the added value of the EASC Federation. From the user perspective, very important that the user sees the added value of this, both in terms of being able to integrate increasingly heterogeneous data sets, to be able to manage them properly, in terms of services, that you can find a service not only within your own discipline, but also increasingly across disciplines that researchers need more and more because of the problems that are being tackled. So this discoverability of the service and composing them together into your workflow is an added value that users already see in some disciplinary communities. We have seen quite impressive work, for instance, for marine research, so what they term as the blue cloud. We have seen impressive environments, virtual research environments for Earth observation, for instance. The physics community is also very advanced. So we see, if you like, mini EASCs already existing, and the purpose, of course, is to make them interact and also to inspire other communities to go to the same levels and beyond. As a provider of the service, also we hope that there's an added value to have a federation and not having to go and provide service to each and every one in the different communities. And of course, us from a policymaker point of view, we see it very much as an enabler, not only for the researchers to practice science, but also to see how these practices are actually taken up. I would like to end with some examples of the projects that we are funding, because I've come to realize that when we go around in different events, we very often talk about policies and principles and system architectures, and in fact, most of the activity, the majority of the activities is really taking place on the ground. The projects that we fund, the researchers that collaborate on different aspects of this EASC Federation, being it at the core, being it for the people around the system in terms of developing skills and training, be it for exploiting and developing completely innovative tools for the research community. Be it in a thematic area also, and so far, at least with the part of the funds that we have for the partnership, we have been focusing on different thematics as well. We've been following the EU missions, and I've brought an example of the cancer project that we have here. So here, for instance, you see the FAIR Core for EASC project that are working on a number of the core elements that really are needed here. Very much around PIDs, so persistent identifiers. How do we assess if this is really compliant across the ERSC system of systems? How are these implemented? They also work on metadata standards and schemes and different registries. So you see all the different elements that are coming together, being developed in the projects that we fund. Here's another example which work also on semantic frameworks that are very important for governance, creating mapping, and so on, but also for assessing the fairness of what is part of this system. And for the interoperability, of course, is extremely important. So another example of a core component that is needed to realize this ERSC of what we call fair data and services. Skills, again, we are supporting as part of the whole process. So as such, it's not part of the system of systems, but we all agree that it's very important that the researchers are trained to the extent that they are able to practice, of course, the kind of approaches that we are promoting. So here they are working on developing a number of competence centers and putting them into a network so that you can have mutual learning from them. You can share the tools, you can share training modules between each other, and so have a more efficient system of bringing our researchers up to the skill levels that are required. I also mentioned that some of our projects are working on the new tools that we see emerging for researchers, and of course many of these are around AI. So this project, AI for ERSC, is exactly about extending this offering of services for our researchers with, in this case, a focus on AI, machine learning and deep learning. And I'm sure we all agree that this is going in many cases to revolutionize also the approach to research. And the final one I brought, as I said, was in a thematic area where ERSC for Cancer, the ERSC for Cancer project, is trying to reinforce the environment for cancer research, both in terms of how they store, access, share their data, how to make sure that these data sets are fair, so can be interconnected and really reused across, and also are providing new tools, again, linking also to some of the other projects that we are funding, so that at the end of the day, you really have a virtual research environment that allows you everything from data integration, management, and the most efficient use of services. And with that, I would like to thank you, and hopefully it's been inspiring also from the project's point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And after all the speakers, we will have a panel here. And you that are online, you can put questions in the Menti, and they will be asked here. And you that are in the audience, even you can speak, so you can have questions to the panel afterwards. So now it's the next speaker, and it's Karel Leuven he's the president of the ERSC Association. Welcome, Karel.
Thank you, Willem, and thank you for inviting me to speak on this occasion. You gave the topic, Advancing Open Science to the Next Level, and let's see how ERSC can contribute to that. Well, open science is, as we have said, a transitional process, science in transition, you could say, and the open science paradigm affects the whole of the research cycle, so not only the data and the storage of the data. It implies that the knowledge coming out of research is as early as possible available, that it is as open as possible and as fair as possible. Doesn't mean it can always be open, it means it can always be fair, by the way. So not only within a discipline, but also across the disciplines. So what is the contribution, or what is EOSC? Let's first define EOSC, and then in my next slide I will tell you what EOSC is not. EOSC was described by Ursula von der Leyen about 2 years ago in her Davos lecture as a web of scientific insight. And we tend to call it a web of fair data and related services, at least the European part of that, and I'll show you that in a minute. It's going to be, as Michael said, a federation of relevant existing and future data sources and other systems. A virtual space where science producers and science consumers come together, open-ended with respect to the range of content and with respect to the services, as the World Wide Web itself is, based on the FAIR principles, based on the fact that interoperability should be strived for as much as possible. By the way, data are not fair or unfair, they are fair to a certain percentage, and there are about 23 measures of measuring the fairness of data. They all give different results, so also there we have a lot of work to do. It meets all the data requirements from Europe, if we talk about the EOSC part of it, and it is to be in interaction with the world. There's no use building this for a country or for Europe. It has only value if we build it for the world. 10 things EOSC is not, because there's a lot of misconceptions. EOSC is not a cloud. It's not a cloud infrastructure. Maybe in the name, unfortunately, but it's not a cloud. EOSC is not synonymous to open science. EOSC is a contribution to open science. Open science is wider than EOSC. EOSC is not the EOSC portal, or in other ways of saying it, the EOSC portal is not EOSC. The EOSC portal is a valuable catalog that could offer services that later become part of EOSC. But a lot of people think EOSC portal, because it's the first thing you get with Google if you Google EOSC, is EOSC. EOSC is also not the EOSC Association. We, the EOSC Association, of which I may be the president, is trying to establish conditions in order to have EOSC created. We are not EOSC. We are an association of members. EOSC is not owning any data and will not own any data. It will help to provide access to data, but it will not be a big data cloud owning any data or providing any, having any data. It's also not going to be a new data repository or a data management system. It's going to be a federated system of systems, as was explained by Michael just a minute ago. Thus, it's also not going to be an e-infrastructure. It is going to be an infrastructure, yes, but not an e-infrastructure to compute, store, or connect. It's going to be an accessible structure for data and e-infrastructures. And it's not going to be a substitution of any of the existing data or e-infrastructures. It's not, and there's a lot of confusion there, going to directly engage with individual researchers. EOSC is there for research, not for the researchers. So the researchers will benefit if EOSC is there. But we don't do this for any individual 2 million researchers in Europe. We do this for the research process. And finally, it's not in competition with anything or anybody. Maybe with somebody, but not main aim is to have competition. And you could also say EOSC is not there. EOSC is to be. Well, it's a gradual process, so some people say EOSC is evolving and it's almost there, and some people say it still has to come. Depends on how you count and how you look at it. But these misconceptions are important to take away. As I said, it is going to be a web of fair data, and this web will be based on the internet, of course. The internet is based on the connection of computers, networks of computers that jointly over the world forms the internet. And we have built on that internet the World Wide Web of Pages. And with this World Wide Web of Pages, which have built over the 30 last years, you can do a lot of things, hire things, buy things, get courses. There's a lot of possibilities which the web offers. So one of the possibilities is that we put research data that have been made fair on the same web, accessible, findable for other researchers initially, and for the larger public later on. So now, if this is the web of fair data, then what is EOSC? Well, EOSC is simply the European part of that and the European contribution to this web of fair data, offering additional services for the European researchers, creating interoperability for the researchers in Europe on top of what is being created worldwide in connection with the other regions in the world. That is the European Open Science Cloud. You could also see it as a twinning infrastructure with being a sort of sister or brother, if you want to, of the European e-infrastructures. So we have certain European e-infrastructures. These offer store, compute, and connect services, and EOSC is going to use these to offer serviceability on the data and interoperability of the data. So EOSC, together with the e-infrastructures, and at the interface of this, there's a lot of software, forms in a sort of yin-yang system, a combination of the EOSC ecosystem. Yin-yang in the sense that if you have data, but you have no storage capacity, or no compute facilities, or no connection, you can put them on paper and in your head, but it doesn't bring you very much. If you have storage, computing, and connection facilities, but no data in that, doesn't bring very much either. So these two are intermittently linked. One cannot live without the other. What is the position of EOSC according to the European Commission? This is taken from their slides, and Michael just said so already. It's a cross-cutting data space for research and innovation, linking to the other data spaces that are being created at the moment, of which I think the health data space is the furthest. And so the EOSC is this scientific research and innovation data space within this, let's say, set of data spaces that are being created. And you could also see it as a vertical one, but science is not separate from these areas. All these areas have science, all these areas have innovation, and it is the linkage of those that is important. Well, EOSC vision in a nutshell. So I said it's the European web of fair data and related services, services offered on these data, of data that are as much as possible findable, accessible, as much as possible interoperable, and those that are allowed to reuse it, reusable for them, trusted and sustainable. This is to unlock the full potential of what can be done by research. In my estimation, less than 2% of the research data coming from research nowadays is available on the web and is as fair as possible. So the data Michael showed that 40% of the researchers now and then use an institutionalized repository. It only means that it's for the data that is there. Then you're not talking about the data that is not there, which is not being available at all. This is to ensure that ultimately open science practice and skills are rewarded and become the new normal, as we have been discussing this morning, to enable the definition of standards and the development of tools and services. That's an important step we have to do with this EOSC development, and to allow researchers to find, access, and reuse these results. And ultimately, to establish a sustainable federated infrastructure. The infrastructure Michael has been talking about, which is now being created by the procurement done, or let's say ordered by the Commission, needs to be a sustainable infrastructure and needs to be operated later on. I'll come back to that in a minute. So this is all described in what we call the SRIA, the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda for this case, EOSC. You can find it on the website of the EOSC Association. As Michael said, it's also a policy action, so it's a policy priority of the European Union, driven by DG RTD and DG Connect, and it is recognized by the Council of the Union in one of the 20 actions. Action 1 deals with open science and deals with EOSC, but also the research infrastructures and also the skills actions of ERA are very important for this development, as was also shown by Michael. We is the association, started in June 2021 when the co-program partnership was signed between the European Commission and the EOSC Association, being the representative of all the stakeholders in Europe. And as Michael said, the Commission offered to put 400 million euro in EOSC-related infrastructure projects, and we committed 500 million euro in kind from our members of the association, which we are monitoring at the moment. So it's a partnership, and the partnership is based on an MOU that is overlooked by the partnership board, was mentioned by Michael as well. So on the one side, there's the association, on the other side, there's the European Union, and signed by the European Commission, in this case by Anna Panagopoulou. And then the countries, the member states, form an expert group with in the Commission, and they are per definition invited in the partnership board meeting, and so the steering board is in this way involved in the partnership of the EOSC. It's all based on what we call the SRIA and the MAR, the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, and the multi-annual roadmap that is being developed every period of the Horizon Europe program. These were the three, let's say, main objectives, which I presented a slide earlier. And what we do is, in a multi-annual roadmap, describe what is going to be the next, let's say, phases for this. And we is not us as an association, we is the Commission in this case. They write the programs, but they, according to the MOU, have asked the association to give input for what is going to be the next phase of the multi-annual roadmap. At the moment, we are developing the multi-annual roadmap input for the Commission for the period 2025-2027, where we want to expand from where we are now, and running at the moment is the 2023-2024 period, which you can find the program on the internet from. What's our work plan as an association for 2023? Well, our main aim is to steer the coordination in this ecosystem. So the strategic approach, especially with respect to communication and engagement. We talk to policymakers, with research funders, we have research performers, service providers, projects, researchers. We have a rather complex network, and the network of nodes you can see on the left side in this. This one EOSC is to create awareness, to help with the policies, to see to it that the data become fair data, to see to it that the infrastructure gets established, to offer ultimately services, and that has to lead to results. That is our work plan for 2023. And we do that, for example, by creating national tripartite events. We did in 2022 for 16 involved countries with 1,293 participants and 177 speakers. We invented the term national tripartite event in the middle of the year, and by the end of the year, this was the result without asking for it. So all the countries were eager to do that. We look at 2023, in March it started again. We already have 5 countries targeted and already quite a number of participants, and these are the upcoming events for the period May to September. So these national tripartite events really help to get the parties in the country, the funders, the researchers, the how do you call them, the ministries, so the government itself, together to talk about what is our contribution to EOSC, and, for example, as Michael showed, can we create a national node. So overall, we have targeted 21 countries, almost 1,700 participants in national and national tripartite events. We use national for Switzerland because there it was not a tripartite event to be exact. And we have created a lot of, let's say, noise with that in a positive sense, and it has created also a number of, let's say, country pages on our website where you can find who are the representatives, what is done in the on open science in the country, how are the coordinating structures, etc. What do we now concretely aim for with the work we are doing? We aim for, and that is not saying this is already there, we aim for means we are working on this, and quite a bit is there, quite a bit still has to be done. Researchers to be publicly, that do publicly funded research to make their results as openly as possible, their relevant results as openly as possible available. We aim for more support by professional data stewards. I mentioned it this morning, in research performing organizations in Europe, the research data management and the open science development can be, let's say, enhanced by having data stewards helping, like we have analysts helping with the chemistry, like we have technicians helping in the engineering research, like we have analysts in the medical sciences. So we should have data stewards doing the same thing for most of the researchers in all the domains. Data produced by publicly funded research should be as fair as possible by design, if possible. Many machines produce data, and these data can be fair by design to a large extent if you program the machine properly. The EOSC interoperability framework, mentioned by Michael as well, is going to support a wide range of fair digital objects. And I use the word digital objects here because data is usually not understood as data in the traditional sense, plus publications, plus software. But if we talk about digital objects, this is a broader term, including, as I said, software and other research artifacts. The EOSC Federation, and that's the system of systems, which Michael talked about, is to be populated with a valuable corpus of interoperable data. And ultimately, EOSC version X of EOSC, and we start with the minimum viable EOSC. This is called the EOSC node. The European EOSC node is operational and provides a stable infrastructure supporting the research process and addressing the societal challenges. The scope is to widen and serve ultimately the public and the private sectors as well. And in the end, we hope EOSC will be a valuable and valued research to a wide range of users from research, education, public and private sectors. Where do we stand today? Well, we've had an initial period, 2015 to 2020, mainly under Horizon 2020, where there was not much convergence. There was a lot of work being done, a lot of projects being generated, a lot of results also being generated, some of them more valuable than others. And we have to see that we get our aims sufficiently developed in the present period and to get the convergence going in the period 2021-2026. And we have to start thinking about, which we've done, the period after 2027, when Horizon Europe will be followed by the next framework program. And for this, it is essential that we get this minimum viable EOSC, or the EOSC EU node, operational as soon as possible, because then we can start building from that to the network, the system of systems. So as much as possible aligned with the relevant research community, so not overdoing what has been done already, but using the work that has been done at the European, the national, and at the institutional level. We are discussing with the Commission the tasks that need to be done. The operational tasks are the first two, so deploying and operating the EOSC node, that is creating it by the procurement and maintaining and running it after that, so elements that are as close as possible to 24/7 approach for this EOSC EU node. And then built on that, the further development of the system to enable ultimately this web of fair data, to develop and prototype new elements for this and support the evolution. And this could be done by an additional new program in the new framework program, and to enable ultimately the open science policies and the uptake of open science practices. And I think this could be the main contribution in the long run of EOSC to the open science development. So getting ahead of the curve and advancing to the next level means taking advantage of the ongoing EU and national policy, taking an understanding the evolvement of the objectives of the funders and the users of those funds. So the objectives of the funders should be to push in this direction. By the way, funders are not only the national funders or the European Commission, funders are also the institutions themselves. They get money from the government very often, and they fund the activities in their own institution. So they have a role to play here as well. Join this powerful movement to make open science the new normal, built on the positive experience of the cluster projects in the different fields of science, and to connect, as I said this morning, the national as well as the domain-specific level at the institutions and at other places. With that, let's co-create EOSC, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Carol. And the next speaker, it is Sofie Björling. She's director for the Department of Research Infrastructure at the Swedish Research Council. And you are also the mandated organization in EOSC Association for Sweden. So,
thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. Very interesting to hear everything that's going on. And as you heard, my boss was here earlier and told you that we are a public funder of research and research infrastructures. That means that we support research and research infrastructures in all disciplines. But we also have other tasks when it comes to open access to research data and EOSC. We are commissioned by the government to coordinate and follow up and promote collaboration on the national work on open access to research data. And the goal, the national goal in Sweden, is that all research data should be fully implemented and open access no later than 2026. It's pretty soon, an ambitious goal, but we're working on it. The National Library also has an equivalent assignment on open access to scientific publication, and universities and larger and higher education institutions have the assignment to develop their own work on open science. We have, as Wilhelm said, been appointed to coordinate and promote the Swedish engagement in EOSC as the Swedish mandated organization. That means, and we also support the governmental representation in the EOSC steering board, which was one of the squares that Carol showed us. So there we do have quite a lot of work and tasks in this area. So why do we think participation in EOSC is important? Well, we think it's important to align the national work on open access to research data with EOSC. It's important that these two tasks do not proceed independent of each other. It's part of the national strategy for participation in Horizon Europe. And we see it as a very good opportunity for the Swedish research community to contribute to the vision of an open science systems. And we hope, of course, that there will be more Swedish EOSC members in the future. Some of our activities when it comes to open access to research data and EOSC, we do recommendations and guidelines, and we make both recommendations to the government, because we are an advisor to the government, and to the research community and our other funders and organizations. We have made surveys that show that researchers, which are really the ones that should do the work, and we've heard before, it's going to take a lot of time. But in some areas, research areas and disciplines, it's quite insecure about open access to data and EOSC. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. We take initiatives that contribute to increased knowledge and cultural change. And we, of course, would like to see that there's an assessment of the possibility to make open data openly accessible will become a natural part of the research process. That's something that everybody does at the beginning and continuously during the research project. As open as possible, of course. We take initiatives to promote the long-term usability of research data, including fair data management and data management plans. We support organizations that are engaged in EOSC, and we do some of this work we do by using an appointed external research reference group for open access to research data in EOSC. And that reference group contains other Swedish EOSC members, universities, research funders, research infrastructures. So we try to have a dialogue, a national dialogue on these very important questions. So what do we do in relation to EOSC general objectives? And these are the ones that Carol showed from the SRIA. The fact open science should become the new normal. We do recommendations on open access to research data, and we recommend that research data financed via public funds should be published openly accessible as soon as within a reasonable time after it has been published. And it's of course that determining what data can be published should be within applicable legislation, of course. Initiatives for skill development. We have published a handbook on open access to research data. And we discuss incentive and merits for open research access research data. And that's, of course, very important, and we talked about it before. It needs to make it, for the researcher needs to feel that it's worth all the time it takes. And it's, of course, also a little bit like what's in it for me as the researcher to do all this work. When it comes to the second objective, standards, tools, and services, we have requirements for research data management plans. And so everybody that gets finance from us need to have a research management plan. We coordinate the research data management plans. We have criteria and recommendation for fair research data. And we survey processes for open and fair research data in different disciplines. And we see, as I said before, it is quite different in different disciplines. We support research in all areas, and in some areas this is very developed. It's something that's been going on a long time. But in some areas they need more knowledge. When it comes to researchers, that's, for example, the research where they do interviews or where they have artistical research. These are questions that are it's not as easy, and it's a lot of discussion needs to be had, and also the laws need to be understood a little bit better, I think. There's a lot of insecurity out there, So we try to do our best here to help out. Sustainable and federated infrastructures. We're financing data management and research infrastructures with specific requirements to support open access to data. So all the research infrastructures we finance, we have requirements. And we also fund specific research infrastructures that have as their task to make data available, such as the Swedish National Data Service, and also SUNED does a lot of this work. Because it is this, open access will cost money, and this is important that also the people that give us the money realize as well, because this is going to cost money. So as you see, we do quite a bit, but we need to do much more. And I think it's very important to do it all in collaboration with many organizations, but not the least with the researchers. Those are the ones that's going to do the work. We need to find out what works for them and also what's in it for them. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sophie. So Sophie talked about the researchers, but we have also the institutions. So the next speaker is Astrid Söderberg-Widing, president of Stockholm University, and Stockholm University is also a member of EOSC Association. Floor is yours, Astrid.
Thank you. And good afternoon, and thanks for having invited me to this panel on the European Open Science Cloud. I've been given 10 minutes to reflect from university president's perspective on EOSC. But let me first say that it has been very interesting and rewarding to listen to our two international introductory speakers, Michael Arentoft and Karel Leiben, getting the perspectives both from the Commission and from the EOSC Association, but also, not least, to Sophie Björling from the mandated organization, the Swedish Research Council, to get an overview of the current status of EOSC and its future. Just a personal background, I've been working actively on the advancement of open science for many decades, already as a researcher in humanities, and during the past 10 years in my role as president of Stockholm University, as well as chair of the BIBSAM consortium for 7 years. So I'm not really a newcomer to the field. Still, I must confess that when I first heard about EOSC, it was a challenge indeed to grasp what it was all about. The overall idea, fine, but how to make it work in practice? And with all due respect to the mandated organization, at this early stage they did not succeed in really explaining it to us rectors or presidents. So we asked ourselves, why bother at all? Well, I do believe that as president of the university, working for the cultural change needed to make open science becoming the new normal, I have a responsibility to work actively on a policy level and to support common initiatives, not least at the European level. Of course, not uncritically, but still with an open mind. It is definitely better to engage and try to shape and develop policies and instruments together, rather than just standing by. I also believe that dialogue and policy work is much needed at all levels, both locally within the university, nationally and internationally, as well as between the different levels. The challenge with engaging in this way is that you have to do it without knowing the details of the operational work. This always means that you can meet with negative reactions from people knowing better and probably perhaps knowing better. But it is also important to listen to their views because there may be something to it. And in this sense, working with EOSC at a policy level differs very little from leading a university in general. And I'm ensured that EOSC will become an important federated infrastructure, or is already, which will combine the three different levels, local, national, and international, with a means to advancing the shift to open science. Perhaps we haven't reached this goal yet, but we are definitely on our way, and it is necessary to work together. But how then do it in practice? To start at the local level, Stockholm University was among the first adopters in Sweden of an institutional policy for open science. Such a policy must always start at an overarching level with the question of research culture. Without a research culture that supports and promotes open science, the implementation of individual measures will not be successful. The university must also acknowledge and meet the researchers' need for support and key services throughout the entire research process. The university should facilitate and encourage publication of results and data under an open license. And it has the responsibility to secure that these results and data are dealt with according to FAIR principles and in an information-secure manner. And this, too, throughout the whole research process, and even after, I would add. The culture at the university should support and promote active work on open science, nationally and internationally. And then on open science, both as a crucial means to reach the SDGs, as the UNESCO recommendation emphasizes, but also on sustainability as a basic principle for the development of open science in itself. Last but not least, and this has been much discussed today already, a university policy for open science cannot do without mentioning incentive structures in research evaluation. And here, of course, the university cannot act in isolation, since research assessment and peer review in general, to the largest extent, is performed by the international research community. So it's crystal clear that we need to cooperate, not least internationally. At Stockholm University, we are signatories of both DORA and QUARA, which is a way of signaling internally and externally our own views on good practices in research assessment. How then about the national level? The last Swedish research bill, lasting from 2020 to 2024, stated that 100% open access to scholarly publications should have been reached already by 2021, which is unfortunately not the case yet. But also that open science, including access to research data, should be implemented by 2026. And as we heard from Karin this morning, Karin Grönvall, the National Library got a commission from the government to present national guidelines for open science due in January 2024. The Swedish Rectors' Conference had already decided on a roadmap for open science and a guide for its implementation, stating what each institution should do year by year until 2026. And in 2023, all institutions who have not yet done so are encouraged to strategically evaluate to join the EOSC Association in order to be able to take part in the work at the European level and influence the further developments. The 9 Swedish universities who have joined the EOSC so far have established a common network in order to exchange ideas and experiences and to strengthen the Swedish voice in the EOSC context. And as we heard from Sophie, there is also this broader reference group driven by the Swedish Research Council as mandated organization, which includes higher education institution members, such as funders or infrastructures. Finally, then, we have the European or even broader international level. And here it is clear that EOSC already fills an important function and will do so even more as it develops. Of course, an important mission is to ensure that open science is both taught and practiced within and beyond the scientific community. Also, EOSC will facilitate fair work at the national and local levels by enabling the definition of standards and the development of tools and services. It will also enable open sharing of results through a sustainable federated infrastructure. But I think, and that Carol mentioned that, it is also important to have the right expectations on EOSC. It will not engage with researchers on an individual level, but only through intermediaries, such as universities or research institutes, research infrastructures or associations, and so on. Finally, let me once again refer to the LERO comments to the Swedish draft council conclusions on high quality, transparent, trustworthy, and equitable scholarly publishing. Here, LERO argues that more has to be done, both by the universities and by EOSC, for the development of interoperable non-profit infrastructures to be connected to the EOSC that are mentioned in the council conclusions. And I quote, "The level of engagement between these partners is currently too low. LERO advocates that the Commission establish funding programs and bidding calls specifically to attract universities into closer EOSC engagement. In this way, the goals of fair and open data can be reached through creating an explicit program of incentives, end of quote. And I would like to end these short remarks with agreeing that, and this is really in line with what I tried to say also this morning, that collaboration and engagement is necessary at all levels, as well as to have the right incentives in place. And this is true within universities, across member states, and for the Commission to really enable for EOSC to fulfill its great potential for open science. Thank you.
Now I welcome the last speaker, and it's Jessica Lindvall, and you have really many hats. So you're employed at Stockholm University, and you are at the NIBIS infrastructure, and at SciLife Lab as well. Yes. And you are within a task force in the EOSC Association, so you have a lot of work to do and to talk about.
Thank you. Yes, I'm a Duracell rabbit, basically. Yes, so thank you so much, both here in the audience present, but also online for listening to this one, and thank you for the invitation for being here. Yes, I have many hats. I'm here today as a representative for research infrastructures. And one of my hats is to be head of training at SciLife Lab. It's a newly established lifelong learning initiative that SciLife Lab have engaged in. SciLife Lab, as I will come to, is a governmental research infrastructure. My other hat is that I'm deputy head of node of NBIS, which is a national bioinformatics infrastructure Sweden, a VR-funded, a Swedish Research Council-funded research infrastructure, also distributed across Sweden. It also is the Swedish node of Elixir, which is a pan-European research infrastructure in Europe, where Sweden is one of the members. So, a research infrastructure perspective. Let's see. Yes, so here are the benefits, again, echoing what we have seen. We have seen many benefits. Oh, no, it doesn't work. Let's do like this. Yes, sorry. I had this, sorry. So what I wanted to say is that we have a lot of benefit, and now I'm echoing what we have said during the whole day. We see an increased impact of accessibility. We will see that during the pandemics, as you see on the right side on these slides, the COVID portal and everything that came out of the pandemics and global emergencies, we can see equal opportunity to accessing open knowledge, and also increase collaborative effects with open science. So it's clearly a benefit thing, and again, echoing also about team science, because all of these examples on this slide are about team science, where multiple roles has come together to do this. This slide I wanted to represent, and this slide is by no means a full picture of what is ongoing. What I want to have with this slide is that there are many, many initiatives in Europe, both from a top perspective, but also from a bottom-down perspective. There are so many grassroots initiatives that is happening in Europe, in Sweden, and elsewhere. And I wanted to say that we need to meet somewhere. And for this slide, I want to particularly highlight then Elixir and EOSC and OpenAIRE as one of that the Swedish research communities really benefited from, in my experience at least, channeling regarding open science. At the community level with the grassroots initiatives, these are really also communities that have been beneficial, connecting to each other and then channeling up as well, which I think is a really good thing. So, open science in Sweden. So, as I'm now anchoring what the previous speakers also have said back to the national level from a research infrastructure perspective, we all know this. This is why we are here, basically. We heard this also this morning, that we have the Swedish presidency of the EU. We are focusing on several things, and this is really good from a research infrastructure perspective, I think. Accelerating the transition to open science, which I think research infrastructure can take a greater part in doing, not only from an institutional level, but also from a distributed national perspective of our research infrastructure. that will allow also increased access to all the research infrastructure and increasing then the strengthening the synergies with the Horizon Europe and other things ongoing in Europe. And of course, this conference is an excellent example of what is happening. Back to Sweden then. What do we have in Sweden in terms of research infrastructure? And this is also by no means a complete list. This is what the Swedish Research Council are listing on their webpage. And in addition to these, there are of course also governmental research infrastructure and core facilities around the nation. The list that is across in the National Research Council pages are 6 thematic areas, and the numbers then corresponds to the number of research infrastructure funded. The definition of a research infrastructure, if some of you wonders, is now on the screen then. So research infrastructure, according to ESFRI glossary, is that it should enable research and innovation, and it should do so by having then the resources and services to researchers to do good science, right? And traditionally that has been scientific equipment, that has been hard technology things. I really like to add, and I think that is something that we have missed a bit here today, is the people infrastructure part of a research infrastructure or anything. I have a simile that someone told me that a research infrastructure is the car. But the car can't, you need the infrastructure of the car to work. I mean, in the road, you need the roads. The roads can be data management and how you deal with the data that comes out of the car. But who drives the car? Who takes care of the car? The people infrastructure from a car perspective is super important. And I think that is something that we tend to forget when we develop and sustain research infrastructure. That goes to career development or whatever you want to say. And the recognition and incentives, as we have talked about, goes as much to technical and staff scientists in research infrastructure. 2 examples then from life sciences, where I come from. So SciLife Lab is a governmental nationally distributed research infrastructure. It was founded in 2010 by 4 universities, 3 in Stockholm and then Uppsala University. Now it's distributed across the whole Sweden with 6 or 7 SciLife Lab sites. The current backbone is as follows. It's the infrastructure. It contains 10 technology and data-driven platforms. It has 40 units and 500 staff scientists. And these staff scientists and technical staff are people with roles that should be also recognized in the incentives and credits thing. Another pillar is the data-centric life science pillar. And then now, soon, it will be the training and lifelong learning as well. And then it is grounded in a research ecosystem, of course, because we are supporting the research. A good research feeds back to the infrastructure, doing good support, then feeding back to the research community, and so it's like a feedback loop. NBIS is the bioinformatics platform at SciLife Lab with around 150 staff scientists currently. We are distributed also across 6 different sites in Sweden. We have our pillars in support to the community. We have 30% of infrastructure, so tools, resources, you name it. And then we do 20% advanced training. This is one of our flagships in NBIS. And then again, we are the Swedish node of Elixir, which is one of the ESFRIs in Europe. So what are the examples from open science? What can we contribute with, and what do we contribute with? For SciLife Lab perspective, has been very active in the COVID-19 portal and the pandemic preparedness portal, and also have that mission from the government to prepare pandemic preparedness. SciLife Lab is very strong in promoting and delivering openly accessible tools and resources, and there are other infrastructure in Sweden very good at that as well, of course. SciLife Lab fosters open science, also now via the DDLS program, which is a huge Knut Alice Wallenberg Foundation project that SciLife Lab coordinates. And it also have a DEI, so a diversity, equity, inclusive group, which I will come to a point soon why this is important as well in terms of open science. NBIS, on the other hand, as it is a node of Elixir, it really channels a lot of good outputs that comes from Elixir. And Elixir does a good many, many good things in terms of open science for life sciences. It has been built by the director, Niklas Blomberg, and his team with the mantra of open, 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 open from the beginning. It's super important. And this is something we all kind of have taken with us into NBIS as well. NBIS has a national research data management support to the research community. Over the last year has built great capacity, supporting the data that comes also out of SciLife and elsewhere. And all the training that we do, the 20% training we do, are openly accessible and could be read as book, annotated, so you can train yourself, even if you are not taking the courses. So we're really trying to verify as much as we do as outputs. And that's the yellow point there. So I think that research infrastructure could, or even should, play a greater role in fostering and also in the transition for the research community, maybe using lifelong learning trajectory in this open science. We have a great deal of expertise within research infrastructure. We can capitalize on that expertise and also recognize that they are a channel to the research community. So by fostering the people infrastructure, we get another channel out to the research community. Even if they are the end stakeholder, we are the internal stakeholder that needs to be taken care of. Okay, my question then to you, is open enough? What else do we need to do? Are the efforts that research infrastructure do enough? They are scattered. Is that enough? Should it be more coordination? So we need to kind of think of this top thing, that what funding and policies, etc., what that plays in combination also with the more community networks, etc., all of these things. What roles does everything play, and how do we coordinate all these things? So this is my kind of last slide, and to show you how we're giving you some answers to this from my perspective, from a research infrastructure perspective, that we together should meet these challenges. So policies, and echo again, these are super important because they remove obstacles and they set the tone. Super, super important, right? Also is that policies can really enable open science to be equal science. So that it's not, we don't talk about open science in 10 years, we should talk about science. And of course, it eliminates disparities and reduces imbalances. Funding, much is about the money. We can't get away from that. It's there, we needed to develop, also echoing for what Sophie was saying, needed to have sustainable and developed infrastructure, but please do not forget the people infrastructure. We always talk just about the hardware here. Focused efforts to fund initiatives directed to the people tier, if you want to call it like that, is really, really needed. Community networks, we know that, all of us, that it's a bottom-up approach and drive cultural changes. They are ambassadors for open science. So if we don't have the grassroots level with us, these people, we can't really, someone said eat strategies for lunch, or something like that. It was really nice. We as a research infrastructure, at least I can only talk for myself, I need better ways to connect to them, to benefit and capitalize on their knowledge and skills. We have the capacity building. I'm biased training and lifelong learning, but I think this is key, for sure. It's important that lifelong learning is something that happens across the whole trajectory. So even if you have you have ended your formal education, you still need to be upskilled and reskilled along your whole trajectory. We need to find ways on how to do that, and maybe research infrastructure can play a role here to do training, lifelong learning, that is a complement to the university and institutional training, because that type of training is something else, and something else might be needed on the longer trajectory. Incentive and metrics, we have talked a lot of that. The only thing I want to lift here is that we need to have other incentives for other types of outputs. Code, data, software, training materials. Why isn't training materials regarded as something good that you share? for instance. And again, last but not least, and that's sadly the lowest point here that no one has touched upon today, is the equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility. And I really think that having diversity in your projects, in your research, is key, and we should not forget that point. So I think that was, yes, thank you. Yeah.
On the stage here, and I will invite all the speakers to come up here, and we have a panel discussion about this. Have you learned anything about EOSC? Do you know what it is now? Yes, you learned a lot from these excellent speakers. I think we all have. But I think we have listened a lot now for the whole day. So I will first have a question, and then I will open up for questions from the floor, and if there are any, or we have questions online as well. But I think the theme of the conference today is from policy to practice. And what could we call EOSC today? Is it policy or practice?
It's policy and practice.
How?
Well, without the policies, there is not enough driving power, and the policies also need to be aligned, I think, in the different countries. At the same time, a lot has been done with the many projects, and now especially with the procurement, where we hopefully can bring together the results of many of these projects, the practice is also going to be established. Depending on what you call practice, if you call practice the things being done in institutions, the things being done in the projects, the things being done in the research infrastructures, then there's a lot of practice. But there's a lot of coordination needed, I think, of the practices that are there.
Yeah, I think indeed, I mean, we are not doing only policy, we're also supporting the practice, but the policy is needed because it's all about investments. And when you ask for an investment, you need to show that you have a strategy, well argued. So this is needed, in particular in the beginning, obviously. But gradually, we're moving towards more practical implementation. We see it, you mentioned 2015. This is now 8 years ago. Again, it's a question of accelerating. It's a question of rolling it out. It's a question of demonstrating the added value for the individual researcher. So the user perspective, I think, is important to always keep in mind and to now show in practice what it can deliver.
Sophie?
I just think the COVID-19 portal that Jessica was talking about, I think, is an excellent example of practice. And I think that's the thing. To start with, we don't have to have it all done and then we start, right? We start with little things, and I think that's what you're saying, and at least that's what I'm thinking. This is federating different initiatives, and this was something that the pandemic, the horrible thing, but it still actually did do a lot to show how it can be done, and I think that was very impressive.
Yeah, I think that Jessica illustrated it beautifully while talking about the very many grassroots initiatives and the EU-funded initiatives, and you said that they have to meet somewhere. So I think it's really both policy and practice, and both are equally necessary. But I think also the many examples that we got during these presentations really shows that there is a lot of practice out there, more perhaps than people know about, than I knew about before today.
No, nothing really to add. I think as a research infrastructure, it's a bit challenged to navigate in the EOSC landscape. Are you there as the entity of the institution, university you are a member from? As I'm employed at Stockholm University, but MBIS is Uppsala University. So which entity, which hat do you have in the EOSC landscape? I know Elixir has a specific Elixir EOSC strategy, which I think is really good. I was part drafting it, so maybe I should not say that. But I think that is an excellent example where they want to kind of position themselves in the EOSC. Is this something we research infrastructure should do, all of us, to have kind of in our work plan or our strategy, point out certain things? We don't need the full strategy, but should we have that as a researcher? Because we are not a legal entity, but I would like a research infrastructure to go in to be fair we should go in as a research infrastructure and not as the host university, because we are a distributor and that should be mirrored. So I don't know what your thoughts are about those things. So a question back, sorry.
Yes, I think it's a very good idea. And from a research infrastructure point of view, you see also the challenges you're tackling. I mean, if you mention Elixir, you have more and more crossovers. For instance, it's not only life science or health issues, but very often, increasingly, it's attached to environmental problems, climate problems. So you do have an interest not only to set up your own virtual research environments, but also to look at how you can discover services in other research communities that could be combined with your own workflows and which allows you to collaborate. And it ties in well also with the fact that research infrastructures are being more and more digitized in terms of instrumentation, in terms of access, in terms of the research outputs, and of course, in particular, research data as outputs. And we see research infrastructures in many cases being in the lead, also practicing open science. So there's a responsibility also to lead the way, and as you emphasized in your talk, also in terms of training and education, I think there's a role there as well.
Thank you. So now we know what EOSC is not, Carol told us, and we have heard about EOSC is both policies and practice, and it's a huge thing to make it going. But do we have anything from the audience, you that are sitting in the room? Any questions? Yes? And we have microphones here. And present yourself first.
Okay, Miriam Mauri, I'm from KI. I was very curious, I became a bit curious about you mentioning, Karel, the procurement process. Can you expand a little bit about that? Are you procuring a minimal viable product, or what is it that you are procuring?
Yes, we are, but we put it in more understandable terms than a minimal viable EOSC. We put it in terms of we are procuring managed services. So the idea is exactly from the start of the procurement, when it will be up and running, gradually you will build a set of services that can already be used by the researchers. So it is building the core, the EU node, if you like, in terms of these additional services that ranges all the way from an harmonized access policy, rules of participation for the service providers, authentication and authorization in terms of access, so also to harmonize that, a PID framework, security coordination, all these things that you need to have a federation operating. So this is the procurement that has been launched, hopefully by the end of this year. We will start, so these managed set of services. And the next step then is to connect to the federation. And that's why also the thematic nodes, like you see in Elixir, the national nodes as well, are very important because they must be part of the federation. So the procurement is about the EU node in the first instance, but later on, of course, the connections to the federations are important. And so you need this core set of functionalities to enable the federation further down the line.
Yeah, maybe good to mention that the term minimum viable EOSC was invented some time ago in analogy with minimum viable product. So this EU node should contain all the essential elements that are needed in order to grow later into a larger structure.
So when we have built that, we can say that we have a start of EOSC?
Yeah, I'm sure. As soon as EOSC node is operating, then I will say there is EOSC.
That's good. We have questions from the online visitors, so please.
All right, so I'm forwarding some questions from the online participants. So here's one. How do you, as a public funding agency, adjust your research assessment to contribute to the cultural shift towards open science, e.g. changing incentives by changing view on metrics? Did you get that?
It's for you, Sophie.
Yes, I understand.
I think so,
yes,
yeah.
well, we have just joined the Quora, so we are exactly discussing this. And as our Director General said this morning, we are using metrics very carefully. We are now discussing the possibility of using narrative CVs, but we are. This is a process, And we are very happy to be part of the Quora and the discussion. And as I think Astrid said, this cannot be done by one single organization or funder or whatever. We need to do it together. And I think we have started off very well. So it's a work in progress. Let's put it that way.
And we can take another one from the online participants.
Sure. So here's another one. Who should pay for the e-infrastructure services, i.e. infrastructure for storage and computing for open data? Pay for it.
Astrid, can you start? What do you think from a university perspective?
Well, in my experience, universities always end up paying these.
That's what they're for.
But I think that this has also to be a shared responsibility, and together with, for example, the funding agencies.
No,
also depend. Yeah, sorry. No, go ahead.
No, I agree, and actually we do in our report that we are sending to the government, which we do now yearly on this. We say that this is going to cost money. Money is needed. It's going to cost a lot of money, well, you know, in Sweden it hopefully comes from the above, the public funding, but it has to be shared, and I agree.
So
and I think it's very important to make it clear that it will cost a lot.
Yeah. So we will get money within the next research bill then from the government, but they have left. So
let's hope for that. Let's hope for that. Yes.
Carol, did you want to say something?
Well, I was going to say it depends on let's say the size and level you're talking about. Of course, there is always infrastructure at the university. There are computing facilities, not necessarily a high-performance computing, but for our parallel computers. Everybody has a laptop on his desk. So there are facilities at different levels for, let's say, the e-infrastructures. But I think countries would be smart if they try to share as much as possible their e-infrastructures in a particular country at least, and preferably wider than that. And if we're talking about e-infrastructures that are very costly, even the European level should be addressed. Yes, in the end, the science that is being financed is paying for these things, but it's now also paying for these things. So there is a shift. If the computer doesn't exist, you don't buy a computer and you don't spend money on a computer. Now we buy all of us computers and we spend money on computers. We do the research differently than we did before. So there is a certain amount of money for research, and we're shifting towards a system where more of that money, a larger percentage, is spent on properly generating data, maintaining data, and working with data. And that's the only thing that happens. On the other hand, there's other things we don't spend as much money on anymore. So yeah, it is a redistribution, and therefore I think the extra money that is needed in order to make this transition faster, that is useful. I always say that the money, the government in the Netherlands, 184 million euros for open science, is transition money to go there faster, not to pay for it, because in the end open science doesn't cost any more than science. It's just science in itself.
Michael.
No, it's indeed a shared responsibility. I mean, we see it already through GÉANT, for instance, where there's money put it in the European level, but you have the national research and education networks, of course, where you have important national investments and institutional investments as well. You see it for EuroHPC as well, where there's another model, but still a lot of co-investment happening there.
So we need to have increased funding in science in whole of Europe to make this, or when we are decreasing, what will happen?
No, I think we should, let's say, redistribute the money over the activities that are needed for science. And also we should, I think, more carefully evaluate what infrastructures do we really need in the long run. What are the ones that are need to be sustainable, because too many of them are now paid by projects. Look at Elixir as an example. It's mainly paid by projects, and that is not a sustainable way. So I think the funders, countries, European funding, and the funding organizations should be carefully looking at what is an infrastructure we want to have in the long run. I cannot imagine that we stop storing data. I cannot imagine that we stop computing with data. So this is a long-term thing, and it will never stop. So don't think of financing this in project way. That is not good.
No, and there has to be sharp assessments of what is, for example, really a national infrastructure necessary for it. So I think that's extremely important.
Yeah.
But is it hard also today to know what is sustainable tomorrow? I mean, so what we keep today in 5 years, is that really accessible by then? And the other thing I think is that certain infrastructure like NBIS, we have recognized that we needed to build within the infrastructure, we needed to have a data management team that supported the research infrastructure, the researchers with certain things. That's a people infrastructure, but still, it's like maybe the research infrastructures and other things also need to look upon themselves, what in the strategy, what should we do in order to meet these needs? It doesn't need to be only hardware, but other things that many things can be for the transition to science.
If I may,
Yes.
it's not an easy task, but when I was part of the rector conference in the Netherlands, as one of the rectors of the university, I saw that these rectors were not talking together with the funders about the research structures. And it's not difficult if you have 14 universities to have twice a year a meeting about the research infrastructures that are there and the funders that are supplying that. But the funders also too often start a new project as a new minister or a new whatever, and then a new project needs to start without thinking about what is there and what is there to be sustained, rather than having a systematic way of approaching it. It has improved, but I think it can improve even further.
In Sweden, I think that we have a good system with the research infrastructure. What is it called?
Urfi, the reference group.
Yeah, but the reference, your reference group, and also there is another reference group from the university, so they meet regularly, and I think that's at least a nice way to start such a dialogue.
Yes.
Very good.
Do we have any questions from the audience in this room then? More questions? Oh, no, you will get a microphone. Otherwise, those outside of this room wouldn't hear.
The online participants.
I was just curious, how recently there's been increased focus and attention on security, and I was just wondering how that has affected policy and practice at EOSC.
Well, we have had a number of policy discussions on that. One is around the sovereignty of fair data. And indeed, it's an issue you have to be careful at several levels. So at the data level, you have to be careful on, of course, how you give access to the data. You have to be careful about who should own the data sets and who can reuse it as well. At the technological level as well, there are considerations given the wish for a certain degree of strategic autonomy of Europe, of European infrastructures. In terms of who delivers the different components, you have to make sure that you are still in control of the technologies so that you are not blocked in your wishes for giving open access, for establishing the federation, for sharing data, and so on. So yes, it has given some, let's say, increased thought, not that they were not there before, but there's been increasing attention to maintaining the sovereignty of the data sets and maintaining the independence of the underlying technological components, which should still allow you to reach the objectives of EOSC. And of course, collaborating internationally, there is the issue of mutual benefits, mutual interest, and reciprocity as well. But that then takes it also to the, let's say, science diplomatic level and broader political considerations for international collaboration.
Do we have a discussion on not being open anymore within the with the threats of security, or haven't we reached that discussion?
Well, in some cases we have. Let me give you an example. In the CESAR network, the network of 60 engineering universities in Europe, we had a task force on open science, and we deliberately made this a new task force on openness of science and technology, including science security, research security in that as a discussion point, because it's influencing us heavily nowadays, whether we like it or not. And there is a relationship with open science. So the questions come from the government whether open science is contrary to science security and to sovereignty. Yeah.
I think the balance is shifting between the as open as possible, as closed as necessary, towards the as closed as necessary component in, I'm afraid.
But maybe, Astrid, you can tell us what happened with the university boards in Sweden now.
Yes, according to our minister, they just, we had new boards appointed I think on the 27th of April or so, and they should have been appointed for 3 years. And then 2 days before this should be announced, the minister told that it would only be for 17 months and not for 3 years, and this because of security policy, that they needed to take measures to ensure that security policies were followed at the universities. So, well, some of us had difficulties to see the immediate connection, but anyway. So it's really very much on our agenda as universities, that's for sure.
Yes. More questions from the audience? Yes.
It's not a very EOSC-specific question, but since this morning we've been hearing several times that open science will cost money, it will cost a lot of money, it will cost loads of money. I mean, it starts to show, but I've been around for a while, and I can remember that on initial arguments around open science and openness of publication was to save money. Because we spend so much money in public funding of research that goes into private hard disks or whatever. Has anything changed in this calculation that we don't hear what is going to be saved on money?
Well, we don't look at the savings, but I'm sure there's a lot of savings. And then there's an interesting report by PricewaterhouseCoopers from a couple of years ago that showed, whether it's accurate enough is another question, but that showed that if you don't make your data fair in the research domain in Europe, this will cost an extra 10 billion euro per year. So what we are saving is 10 billion euro per year of extra costs if we make the data really fair. So we don't look at the saving side. We don't look at the fact that COVID has been, let's say, treated much faster and much accurate with this approach. And I'm sure that in the domain of climate, in the domain of energy, a lot of improvement can be reached and a lot of things can go much faster. However, we don't calculate this. The costs are here, the benefits are there. This is life. It's always with science.
Sophie.
And I think the point is that the costs in the beginning there will be costs. Most costs will be in the beginning, and then the savings will come later. So we can...
Yeah. Yes. It's an investment. To make it go faster, you invest more. Yeah.
Yes, I was going to mention the 10 billion per year study as well, which was our study. So now I'll take your 10 million per year, 20 million per year in terms of transition from the Netherlands.
Yeah.
So it's exactly a program of transitioning. So yes, as you said, there will be costs in the beginning, but further down the line, hopefully they will be saved. If you take reproducibility, there are studies around somewhere, okay, it's not so precise, but somewhere around 30%, which is already significant, up to 80% that cannot be reproduced. So you question yourself, how much waste is going on there, not only in terms of the duplications, but also in terms of building on top of the work of others, which could turn out to be a false foundation. And so lots of efforts will be wasted like this. So it's both a saving of costs, but it's also lost opportunities.
Let me give you another example. It's now clearly proven that open access publications are more read by professionals than the closed access publications or the ones behind firewalls. So doctors, legal advisors, professionals in schools, etc., consume, between parentheses, these publications much more than they were before. So there's a clear signal that with open access we reach a larger public.
Have someone measured that in the sense of, like, when you say carbon footprint, open science footprint? Have we calculated on that? What is the open science footprint? That would be super interesting, because I think that we can do quite a lot, all of us. Just thinking about this audience, and you invite people to talk on your whatever conferences, whatever. Why do, I mean, what if you choose between people, why not choose one that actually are more in the open science practices? Even that if it's not the top, but it kind of shows that the research can be really good following certain principles. There are so many things we can do. That would be, can't you build that in, like open science footprint thing? That would be nice.
Interesting, Jessica. But I think what you are aiming at, it's the council conclusions as well, because in the beginning we talked about open access to articles, and it was a demand from that the increase of the costs of scholarly publishing. So I suppose that the council conclusions, they want it to lead to it will be competition within the market, and that we don't need to pay as much as we do today. So maybe we do savings on the publication. Yes. Hopefully. Don't know. We had the question up here. Lena.
Well, open science is extremely important for Europe, but perhaps even more important for other parts of the world. So my question to Michael, perhaps, is the European Commission. How do you discuss support for other countries, Asia, Africa, etc., so that researchers in those parts of the world could get access to publications, etc., and data?
Right, yes, this is indeed a concern for us as well, and increasingly so. And I think the attention increased also with the UNESCO recommendation on open science, which has really an emphasis on equity. It's not only about building capacities there. In some regions of the world, they are ahead of us. So with Latin America, for instance, we have a study that we are going to discuss at a workshop in June around open access models. So we know that for institutional open access models, this is historically the way they have done it. And it also will give us some ideas in Europe for equity, because also within Europe there are differences in capacities available, the investments that are needed in different parts to have an equal access. We are also discussing, of course, in international fora like the RDA, issues around how we can involve international partners. The G7 science communique came out a couple of days ago, and you will see there also reference to how we collaborate on research infrastructures. We collaborate on EOSC-like on data infrastructures, on incentives and research assessment, and we collaborate also on what Nicola mentioned, research on research, so the evidence base for the different scientific methods. We, of course, know that it's very important because science is global. The European researchers cooperate globally, and it's important for us not to project our values, but to discuss these common values, which is part of what we call also our global approach for general international cooperation, where we have had a number of workshops with our international partners on different values that we see. And the latest one was exactly on open science 2 weeks ago. So this is how we do it, both in the general international cooperation context and specifically within open science. We use fora like the RDA, G7, and the Global Research Council as well, that has a working group on research assessment, responsible research assessment.
I give a very practical example, yes, we are talking to the rest of the world also with respect to the development of EOS, but a very simple and practical example, go to the website of GoFair, Global Open Fair, an organization based originally in France, Germany, and the Netherlands, and they have set up in implementation notes, and one of the implementation notes is called VODAN, so V-O-D-A-N. And it implements virus outbreak deterrent systems, and it has been implementing many of them in Africa. So there are FAIR data points implemented in Africa with the help of people from GoFair, and they form an international network. It's a good example if you want to have a very, let's say, clear, real example of how this is being done. So the people in Africa, in poor countries, I'm not talking about South Africa only, they can implement FAIR data points with the help of people here in the West.
We take one more question from online then, and then you can have your question.
Okay, one more question here, perhaps from an anxious philosopher or art scholar. So while the added value of EOSC is obvious for STEM sciences, the question of how certain social sciences, the humanities, and artistic research fits into this is not self-evident. So what about these fields?
Carol?
Well, we don't make any difference between social sciences and other sciences. Unfortunately, in the English language, the word sciences is more limited than outside of England. I try to convince the people in the UK and the United States to start using the word sciences in the broad sense as the rest of the world, but they don't. So in Ireland, they talk about open research rather than open science, which is fine with me, because we don't distinguish between any of the sciences. All of them are welcome, all of them are on board. There is definitely a lot of work going on in the social sciences and humanities as well. Many projects and many involvement.
Now, having said that, the Council conclusions also explicitly refer to science, social sciences and humanities, because they do have the particularities. For instance, the books are much more prominent.
Sure.
Also, if we talk in broader terms of open science, research assessment would very often be different for that discipline compared to the STEM disciplines. And reproducibility, we mentioned that as a key aspect as well. Very difficult to do in many experimentations of social sciences and humanities.
I think it's very misleading to talk about. I know that it's the common practice to talk about social sciences and humanities because that's not one type of science. Yeah. Within social science, we have large variety of different types of science. So from cognitive psychology to what do I know, social anthropology. So they are extremely different in approach and the kind of data they use and produce and so on. So I really prefer talking about science in general, even though sometimes, of course, one must recognize that there are certain, I wouldn't say that books is the common practice within humanities either, myself being a humanities scholar. In some disciplines, yes, but there is a huge variety and diversity.
Yeah,
Yes.
so rather than saying we have to accommodate the social sciences, we have to accommodate books as well. That's another way of saying it.
Yeah, yeah.
But we had the example from the infrastructure from the natural
life
sciences, so maybe we should have had one person from the humanities or something for that inclusion. So you have a question there.
From Ellen Cronander from SciLife Lab and BIS. You said that EOSC is not engaging directly with researchers. And
Individual researchers.
yeah, and I'm wondering a little bit who you think should do that job. Because for this cultural change that we have been talking about this entire day, I think it's really important to actually engage with the individual researchers and not only make policies, but teach them how to practically make their data more fair or things like that.
Yeah, by that is meant we cannot, let's say, talk to 2 million researchers and address individual researchers. But research leaders, which have been researchers, or in many cases still researchers, are the ones that are supposed to talk with researchers directly. Research infrastructures, service providers that help the researchers with repositories, with libraries, with other services, have the contact with the researchers. So the work is being done for research, for the activity researchers do, but we cannot and should not directly talk, or talk, yes, but work with the researchers. This should be done by the institutions, by the research leaders, by the service providers, etc. So EOSC is seen as a structure that helps the researchers indirectly.
Should you then, Carol, maybe have training sessions for us so that we can on EOSC.
Yes,
So
we should
can-
train the trainer. We should develop the skills for the data stewards. Yeah, absolutely. That's what we should help each other with in Europe, in the countries, and at many places. Yeah, sure.
I really think that it is our responsibility also as, for example, universities, but also research institutes or whatever, that we should be the intermediaries. We should provide data stewards and create this culture which facilitates for researchers. But I acknowledge that this is not always being done, not yet at least.
Yeah, I mean, we are the ones who should make sure that the individual researchers are not burdened by any fees. We should make sure that there are the framework conditions in terms of data stewards and so on. So acting as intermediaries is, I think, very important, both as an institution and as a funder.
I think that will be the last word. You drove through your breath, but I see Anna is coming up. So a big thank to the panel about this interesting discussion.
Thank you so much, the EOSC panel. And we will now move on to our longing for a coffee break. And those of you who are here, you will get some coffee, tea, and biscuits, and you will find them at the same place where you were served lunch. And I hope that you that joins us online also have some refreshments available. We will meet back here again at 3:15. Welcome back and enjoy your break. which is going to focus on citizen science in policy and practice. So it's time for our last session of today's conference, and here with us to moderate this discussion is Anna Maria Fletwood, Senior Advisor at the Swedish Research Council, and she has many people that will contribute to this session, both online and here physically. So now we keep our fingers crossed for this. Very welcome, Anna.
So I'm very happy that Sweden is hosting the dissemination event for this MLE, or Mutual Learning Exercise on Citizen Science. I would like to add that it was a pleasure to take part in the exercise. Sweden has a long tradition of performing citizen science, but I learned a lot from the experts from every different country that was contributing. All the meetings were very well organized, both from the Commission side and by the local host in the different countries. But with no further ado, I would like to welcome the chair, who with great experience and passion hold all the meetings to us. He's also the moderator for this session. Professor Alan Irving, please.
Thank you very much indeed. And yes, it's going to be an interesting session, but I think the next speaker is available online. I'm looking for a nod. Yes, so we're going to stay with our original program. My name is Alan Irwin. I work at Copenhagen Business School, and as Anne-Marie kindly said, I chaired the MLE, which is not a female name, I have to tell you, but a mutual learning exercise. In a few moments, you'll be perfectly familiar with saying MLE and not thinking of a French woman. It's the mutual learning exercise on citizen science. So in a short while, Margaret Gold and myself will be saying something about the MLE itself. We think we've got a lot to tell you. But in addition to that, in addition to our presentation about the mutual learning exercise, from now on I would just say MLE, we've got some brilliant speakers who are going to be giving us some different national and European perspectives on citizen science in an open science kind of framework. And the first person who's going to be joining us, and she's coming in online, is Signe Ratzo. Signe, as many of you will know, is the Deputy Director General in the Directorate General, the DG, for Research and Innovation of the European Commission. So if we have her, I'd be very pleased if Signe could now join us and give her perspective from a European perspective on citizen science. There she is. Welcome very much, Signe. You're joining a very lively discussion, and there were some technical problems, but you're smiling, so we know everything is okay. So I'm going to give the words to you right now.
Well, many thanks, Alan, for your kind introduction. It's a pity that I can't be with you in Stockholm, but I'd like to thank very much the Swedish presidency and all the institutions in Sweden who are behind of organizing this very important event. It's also my pleasure to welcome Barbara and Adrian, who clearly will also speak later about the specific experiences in their own countries. Because for us, for the European Commission, it's important to have also a scaling up of different citizen science projects in different parts of Europe and beyond. In my introduction, let me first highlight why we need citizen science. Why is it important? First, it's important for the science-society interaction. Why we need this interaction? Because first, it's essential to establish trust between science and society, particularly at the times where we have the social media, we have AI, we have a lot of also false news. So we also need to fight misinformation. Citizen science also helps to facilitate uptake of innovation, democratize science, and at the same time leverage the vast societal intelligence and capabilities to conduct excellent research and innovation. By the way, European Commission has been promoting and supporting these actions already for a long time throughout different framework programs, as well as in our research and innovation policy. We are promoting citizen and societal engagement in research and innovation because first, it can improve the quality of research and innovation conducted. It can improve also the effectiveness of funding and its impacts, because we really would like to have as many impacts, economic impacts, societal impacts. But as said, it can also foster trust and understanding between science and society. Because if, as a student or as a pupil, you have been participating in citizen science projects, then you know what it's about. And then you are more likely also to trust the scientific results also in the future. This new approach, the new approach of more collaborative approach to research and innovation, by the way, also requires a change in culture. Even if we've been promoting it for a while, it's not used as widely as I would like it to happen. And from that point of view, this the nice Emily that Alan you described is a terrific exercise of learning from each other and also learning from the best practices in different parts of Europe and beyond. It's also politically recognized, and I think that's very important because if you read the Pact for Research and Innovation, which was adopted by the Council in November 2021, you can see that it underscores societal responsibility as a main principle of working together, namely to increase the impact of research and innovation by transforming Europe's leadership in knowledge creation, and also identifies active citizen and societal engagement in research and innovation as a priority area. Citizens and societal engagement is also part of the open science policy, which you've already discussed as part of the conference. And it is a priority cutting across the European research area. And the current policy agenda in ERA also foresees actions for bringing science closer to citizens, namely to achieve societal impact and foster trust. And just to give you an example of the plastic pirates, which started in Germany, but then it became really a science initiative, citizen science initiative, into a Europe-wide campaign. Particularly engaging the youth and engaging them also in in testing the water quality, but also it was an enabler of really working together. But we need many more of such campaigns. We need many more of this kind of actions, and that's why I'm looking forward also to the examples from Austria, also from Adrian, and also from some other countries, from Sweden, of course, to see what have been the ones from which we can learn. As I said, that we've supported the citizen science and open science practices already across the work programs and also already in the previous framework program Horizon 2020. Now we continue in Horizon Europe, where support citizen science projects and initiatives with dedicated topic calls and instruments in the WIDERA part of the program. We have already funded 2 new projects on citizen science with a budget of 11 million euros. These projects started in 2022, and those will contribute to widen and strengthen the European citizen science community, and also to foster new and sustain existing citizen science initiatives across the era. Now we are putting in place the selection of 2 additional projects which are meant to be launched by 2024, funded with 3 million euros. And these projects will help to increase the impact of small-scale citizen science initiatives, and by identifying the most promising initiatives for transnational upscaling. Because as I said, it's good if you do it in your region, in your member state, but it's much more impactful if these are also scaled up to other parts of Europe and beyond. As said, the citizen science is an important also priority in European research area, as we've been co-chairing ERA committee together with Barbara. It's particularly my pleasure to mention ERA in this connection, because here you broaden the sets and types of information gathered, share, improve practices of science methodology and outreach, also put in place supportive governance structures, recognize reliable citizen science data, and also build a cross-border community of citizen scientists. These are all important elements for really to having that on a scale. And now, by launching this nice EMILI mutual learning exercise 1 year ago, we set out to get further insights into supporting and expanding activities by exploiting mutual learning, and also exploring how some initiatives could be scaled up across Europe. And now our expectations are materializing. Now we can build on a rich set of expertise and experience. And we are very happy to see how much this exercise has already fostered the participants towards implementing the new measures. So I very much hope that good use of these outcomes will now be made across Europe, in member states and also associated countries, so that we will see tailored support, implementation and scaling up across the whole European research area. And many thanks. It was my pleasure to join the meeting today.
Thank you very much. And Signe, I'm not going to let you go just yet. Have I lost her? She's there. Hi. If you had one wish for citizen science, Signe, what would the one wish be?
Well, this one wish would be really to see as many Europe-wide initiatives on citizen science, and also to promote them widely. As I know that you also discuss the communication, because in order to have an impact, also the people need to know about it. And this is also another wish that I'd like to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So now poor Signe can relax. She didn't know I was going to ask her a question, but I couldn't hold back. So now I mentioned the mutual learning exercise, the MLE, and I'm going to invite Margaret Gold to come up and join me. Margaret is coordinator of the Citizen Science Lab at the Center for STS at Leiden University, and Margaret was the rapporteur for the mutual learning exercise. So please welcome her. Thank you. So I'm going to say something now to start things off, and then Margaret will take the real substance of what we're doing. So this will be a joint exercise where I'll start off. Well, the mutual learning exercise began, as you just heard Signe say, basically 18 months or so ago. It was a year ago when it finally got started, very much under the direction of the PSF, the Policy Support Facility, within the DG for R&E at the European Commission. And the idea, as I've said several times now, was to have a cross-European mutual learning exercise. The basic idea, you can see the aims up there now, I think, yes. I won't read all of that out. The basic idea was to build bridges between all of the lively activities in citizen science which are taking place across Europe. And actually, that was a highlight, certainly for me, to have the experience to meet so many people in so many countries who are working on citizen science very much at ground level, and to connect that with a longer-term vision for citizen science across Europe, building on all of that experience, but also all of the great work that's been previously done in terms of enabling and encouraging citizen science. And I think the term mutual learning is just brilliant. I think it's a great way of describing, actually it says a lot about citizen science, because it's extremely appropriate to citizen science to talk about mutual learning, but also I think it was a good way of talking about our collaboration across Europe. This wasn't about dissemination, where experts like Margaret or even myself are telling people about citizen science. It was very much about learning from each other, from practical experiences, from the academic work that's being conducted in this area, and sharing it. I mean, at moments I thought, this is just beautiful. This is Europe in action. You know, this is people actually talking to each other across European countries, and that's why I get passionate, Anne-Marie, because it's just so wonderful to have those conversations and to think that we're together building something very robust, but also very knowledge-based. Many countries participated in the project. You see them there. These were the main countries that were part of the MLE, and we traveled through some of those countries. Of course, we started in the online world with our first meetings. And we had some very lively meetings, not least in Vienna, in Ljubljana, in Budapest, in Berlin, and then a final workshop in Brussels. And that was part of it, to have that kind of participation. But I just want to say that a lot of people played their part in making this come together. That's me at the top. I chaired this. Margaret is going to speak in just a few seconds. But I do want to mention Muki and Rosa and Marzia and Antonella and Ingeborg, who are the people, many of you will know those names, as people who really were the experts who were driving this process. Anna Maria and Gabriella also deserve huge credit. It's kind of obligatory, but I'm going to mention Michael Arentoft as well, not just because he's in every session, but because Michael was a great advisor to the project and brought a lot of his wisdom about Europe. Anna Maria Fleetwood, also, and Sissy I want to thank too for making these whole events happen. And Gillian Kelly and the ECARIS team, particularly the communication and digital team, played their part as well. Later we're going to see a video which comes out of the project, and that's very much the work of the ECARIS team. So that's something about the process, and I'm stressing it because the process really was important. It wasn't something that Margaret and I, with our colleagues, just dreamt up. It was something very much based on that kind of experience. And as you can see here, it developed over several interactive workshops. It's very nice to see Michalis here, for example, and Joanna will speak later. People who participated with us, actually Michalis, I think you were with us all the way through the journey. Michalis is from Austria, from Vienna, and I remember you in the very first online meeting. So you can also see a lot of friendships developed and a lot of collaboration and a lot of real honest discussion. We produced many documents around these core topics. So this is now getting into a little bit of the substance, and you'll see all of this on the Policy Support Facility website. We talked about an introduction and an overview of citizen science. We talked about good practices and impacts, about maximizing the relevance and excellence of research, very relevant to the current discussion about open science, also about enabling environments and sustaining citizen science, and this big challenge of what you might call scaling up. If we think citizen science gets so much of its strength from its immediate, I've already implied this, and ground level activities, how do we manage to, so to say, spread the word or to scale that in some kind of way? So I'm going to let Margaret take over in just 2 minutes. Oh, there's the repository. So if you want to have more information about that, it's all there on the PSF website, basically. And I really recommend you look into that, because in addition to the final report, there are also documents and PowerPoints from each step along the way. It's a fantastic a body of material. I'll just make 3 points, and then I'll hand over to Margaret for what I said was the substance. Some of you will be thinking, well, how exactly was citizen science defined in this exercise? Because there are many different definitions of citizen science. I think Margaret will address that. Let me just say that we didn't spend a lot of time on definitional questions. We took a broad approach to citizen science, and if you want to label what we're talking about as participatory research, for example, that's all fine from my point of view. So we deliberately took a rather broad view of citizen science because we wanted to draw across national European experience, and we wanted to be sure we're capturing that rather than trying to be gatekeepers to what is or isn't citizen science. The second thing I want to say is, well, it's back to this mutual learning point. We didn't see ourselves as breaking new ground here. We saw ourselves very much as drawing upon our previous activities. You'll see, if you're pleased to look at the final report, which Margaret took the lead on, you'll see reference to, for example, ECSA, the European Citizen Science Association's work, and you'll also see reference to activities in different countries, including Germany, for example. So we weren't saying this is a whole new thing, that wasn't the point, but what we were trying to do was to enable based on that previous activity. And I think it was a wonderful thing to be already able, in the final report, to point to activities which are taking place right now. If we could be some part of encouraging those activities at national level, then I think that's a brilliant thing. And finally, I guess that's really where I want to finish, that this isn't a document which is intended for the library. It's a document that's great to be in the library, I just have to quickly say. We love libraries. It's also a living document. So we hope that people will be able to take this and really translate our findings and work with our recommendations and bring new ideas of their own to this very lively area. But that's enough from me, Margaret. Would you like to take the word and perhaps stand right there?
Pass the baton. Thank you very much, Alan. So my task is to try to share with you some of the rich insights and examples shared and case studies that are all contained in this really rich repository of resources, discussion papers, documents, reporting on the themes, also workshop presentation slides, just to give you a flavor of what we covered, bring up some of the key insights, maybe a few examples to bring things to life. And I hope that there'll be at least one or two that you are curious to dive into further. And of course, we started the mutual learning exercise, as Alan pointed out, talking just briefly about a very inclusive and expansive understanding of what citizen science is. I like to encourage people to think of it as a hashtag or a research term. It's an umbrella term that aids us in finding each other, but actually has a really wide diversity of types of practices. So in this particular kind of typology, I'm describing the range of practices. Perhaps contributory data collecting projects are the most well known amongst many of you, but there are a rich variety that include completely co-created from the grassroots up and collegial projects. And similarly, the levels of engagement and the inherent task in the project that citizens are engaged in can vary tremendously for something just light touch, crowdsourcing in the sense of many hands making light work, all the way to very deep citizen-driven citizen science. So extreme in the sense that it's citizen-driven throughout, and it's the scientist who's an additional, an extra, and it's completely driven by the local stakeholder needs. To give a little bit of a shared vocabulary, shared understanding of what these can mean, what underpinning our whole work together was the underlying ethos of the 10 principles of citizen science, developed by ECSA members over a long period of time discussion And I won't share them all, but I want to touch base with just the first three as a very useful framing of what we're talking about. So first of all, that we're talking about genuine participation in the research process. So the way that a societal actor or citizen or other type of stakeholder outside formal academia or outside of a formal professional role takes part is a genuine contribution, a participation, a partnership. The second is that it is science. It's a genuine science outcome. It's robust protocols. All of the best practices you apply to good quality science are applicable in good quality citizen science. And the third, and this is kind of inherent in the promise of when you invite somebody to take part, you're telling them that their contribution has value. The time that they are spending on a voluntary basis has value. The kind of implicit promise that you also then have to make sure that that's given back, that there's value for everybody that participates. And it can be the joy of discovery, the love of a subject, the camaraderie to tackle something together, caring about the new knowledge that it can lead to an action, liking the idea of being part of science to something that you personally have a stake in, a health stake, a local stake. But don't forget the scientists and what they also learn in understanding complex contextual situations much better. It also raises the quality of the science. I have a few questions planted for you in the Menti. So everybody that's been following along online today, that's been using Mentimeter to contribute questions, and those of you in the room, if you haven't looked at the Menti yet throughout the session, there's a question ready there waiting for you to answer. I invite you to share with us what term you use to describe these types of participatory practices. So for example, I might talk about volunteer mapping. Is it possible to put the ticker tape with the Menti link underneath? Not everybody in the room's had a chance to look at the Menti, I think. And otherwise, I'll make sure it's available at the end. Oops. That might have launched the video. Ah, great, it's behind us. Fantastic. So there's the link for the Menti. I invite you to add a term that you use to describe these types of participatory practices. So I might use the example volunteer mapping for people helping put contextual knowledge literally on a map where that knowledge is not available at farm before. Or for example, in Dutch, we call it burgerwetenschap. So share with me some of your terminology there, and at the end, we'll take a look what everybody's shared. But also in this opening exercise for the MLE, and once you've heard MLE as a lady's name, you'll never unhear it. Is what the Eurobarometer report showed on the aggregate scale is that engagement and types of engagement with science are actually on the rise. And even though the individual country pictures vary from country to country, on the whole, trust in science, engagement with science, understanding for the value of science, a general supportiveness towards these kinds of scientific processes and the landscape is actually on the rise. And this is particularly in the COVID period, although we see the louder voices in many of this and hear the louder voices in many of this, for the most part, trust in science grew, but also engagement in science grew. And also part of this context, and Signe was mentioning this, is that citizen engagement and societal engagement are emphasized as a core criteria throughout the entire Horizon Europe Research and Innovation Program, not just because of the need to raise the impact of the work that we're doing together, but actually the team science perspective of the knowledge and skills and local knowledge brought into research processes are exactly the kind of all hands on deck thinking we need to achieve the goals of the clusters, the missions, European Green Deal, the new European Bauhaus. This needs to be collaborative and partnership with a whole range of types of knowledge and knowing. And then, of course, in the MLE, we also wanted to bring things alive with case studies. Our hosts throughout the whole workshop series were all able to bring local examples to the fore, such as the National History Museum in Belgium sharing maybe some more well-known types of examples with an educational impact, things that happen in the museum and outside the museum together with educators, but also less known examples that are very, very hardcore research in the sense of this is new knowledge that is brought to the fore, but done in collaboration with people on the ground who have a stake in the issue. And this is work led by the Royal East African Museum based in Belgium that is having really high impact in how diseases, lesser studied, lesser known diseases are being handled in policy, healthcare, worker collaborations on the ground. One of the other topics we looked at is what makes good quality a good practice. How do you ensure these types of impacts? And we zoomed in on four specific variables. Signe also mentioned this communication question about citizen engagement and participation. How do you make sure people hear about these opportunities to take part? How do you support their engagement? How do you make sure you've understood motivations or the needs to make sure that that value is given back, and the communication efforts? And we took the time laying our own kind of benchmark as participants, looking at some well-known local national projects in our home countries, and really diving into what can we say about the types of participation, the types of impacts, what can we say about our engagement strategies, our own best practices, and this lay the groundwork for how we started to share these kinds of insights and knowledge with each other. As often as possible within a framework, often hot off the press of a contemporarily running citizen science project, such as the Action Project looking at air pollution initiatives, and an impact framework that they developed within that, which gave us a structure within which to operate with our own conversations. And also with highlights from people presenting from the field, exactly the types of impacts they were realizing, such as the DNOSES project for odor pollution, which was having policy-level impacts at the local scale, the regional scale, and the national scale, and it developed a framework for keeping these connected with each other, that this knowledge and collaboration coming out of a location was leading straight to interventions or policy actions. From these discussions, the participants came up with a top 10 list, which is always very handy to have a lovely round number. And there's a few things that I want to highlight because you're going to see them, you've already heard them across the course of today, and you're going to see them a little bit more throughout the theme of the MLE as well. The need for dedicated funding, the need for training and capacity building, and the needs for networks that are strengthened to continue to share this knowledge and know-how in the field with each other. All of these will be available for you later, so please don't worry about taking photos or notes. Which now gets us deeper into what is excellent citizen science. What is the relevance of these types of approaches? And how does that connect back to the discussions we've also already been having in the context of open science? And those conversations are exactly relevant in citizen science as well. But there's some unique ones that we brought to the fore in this particular series of workshops. And we've already been talking about fair data also being applicable. Today we've been talking about it. It's also highly applicable to citizen science data, open when necessary, open when possible, closed when necessary, also being a major factor in citizen data. But I'd like to pull out the role that citizen science data can play in the SDGs for a moment, because this has a type of impact that we don't usually think about when we're talking about research impacts, which is about moving the needle on where we want to be as a society, as a planet, considering the inequalities across the planet and how we can be contributing to those maybe from a research perspective. But citizen data contributes to this directly in a number of interesting ways. If you're interested in a deep dive, there's two beautiful papers that you can read where a group of citizen science researchers did exactly that type of deep dive, going into the underlying indicators for each of the targets within each of the SDGs and looking at where does the official data source already have citizen science data in it. Those are the green boxes with the bold outline. Where does citizen science projects already exist, well-developed ones, that could be contributing towards the official data, the green boxes? Where do citizen science projects exist or methodologies exist where that data could be the type of data to measure that indicator, yellow with a bold? And where do citizen science methodologies exist that could be applied to gathering that kind of data for the indicator, yellow? And that total picture is the rich contribution that citizens could be making on the ground. And to give you a quite inspiring case that coming from the Global South is that Ghana is the first country to have citizen science formal data being the direct contributor towards the indicator of marine litter. So what's being accomplished often by our neighbors that we think we go help them, we can learn so much from them and applying it locally ourselves. Here, the key in all of these discussions on these topics, the key recommendation I'd like to share with you in the context of the open science discussions we're having today and tomorrow is the need in talking about excellence and quality in research to also explicitly mention these types and ranges of participatory practices and the inclusion of societal actors in that type of excellence, contributing to the quality of the research, the complexity of the factors that need to be taken into account, but also the impacts. That this needs more explicit mention in more places. One of the most important frameworks that we use throughout all of our discussions were the enabling factors, the factors in an enabling environment for citizen science and participatory practices. Jessica, I was really pleased to see many of these types of categories also showing up in your talk about exactly that. What are the enabling factors for open science practices within our systems and within our institutes? And we used this grouping to understand the types of categories of enabling factors that enable or sustain or promote or recognize inclusive participatory research, such as citizen science. And of course, the need for dedicated funding, because unfortunately funding is the engine for much of this, even if it's just to have that coordination support and have that capacity in the infrastructure around these kinds of practices. The types of examples from the field we could share were many of your peers across Europe, so not just the 11 participants, but we reached out more broadly to look at what kind of national policy statements are now coming into place where the statement on open science is including societal engagement or citizen science. What kinds of dedicated funding programs are already having that learning curve and that iteration of being more broadly picked up in regular ways of doing research. So there's a lot of deep knowledge to be shared there. And also at the institutional level, for example, at the University of Zurich and the Citizen Science Center there, where the enabling factors is not just the knowledge exchange between researchers across domains, but tangible guidelines on how to do good quality or excellent citizen science, and the tools that you need to actually support the kind of tasks that we're talking about with the citizen tasks. Which brings me to my next question, which is ready and waiting for you in the Menti for those of you watching, joining us online, and for those of you in the room, if you're able to join. I would love to have this opportunity now also with each other to share some of these examples of enabling factors, perhaps in your home institution, your home country, something that you've seen has been key for enabling or supporting or continuing to sustain citizen science initiatives. We'll take a look at the end to see what you've shared with us. And that brings me to the final topic on the core topic, and this is something that's been mentioned briefly by Signe, but also through others today. How do you take something that's shown a success and now start to scale it up? And we dove into this using a framework that just talked about scaling up as well as scaling out and scaling deep. And what's interesting is in our conversations with each other, we also talked about scaling down. We had different ways of understanding how do you, first of all, understand success to be? What is a successful project that you therefore want to sustain? And is it sustaining it over time, reaching more people, having larger impact across a wider regional or geographic encompassment? Or do you actually want to be more iterative and get deeper in your participation and scale down in terms of scale, but maybe you're getting deeper in terms of impact or quality or excellence? Plastic Pirates was a really wonderful example to be looking at this throughout the whole exercise because it has the explicit attention of the European Commission as being a successful story that could be scaled in a beautiful way in different regional contexts and taking in those regional geographical factors into consideration. How is it supported from schools or museums or community centers, and thinking about this variety of factors, but then also thinking about what's impact, what is success, and how do you scale that. So this is the learning curve we're in now. We're now in the learning curve of how do you scale these up, out, deep, or maybe even down. In the final report, instead of just wrapping up all of those, we took a big next step. How do we take all of these recommendations and the consolidated learning from across Europe and turn it into some practical actions for what we do at the national policy level? And we use the backcasting framework as a way of having this conversation with each other. First of all, looking forward to the future, where do we want to be? What is the world in which science is open by default, is inclusive by default, is transparent by default, and what we're just talking about is science and not open or citizen. It just operates that way. And what does that therefore mean about where we need to get to? So going then to the baseline analysis, where are we now? What are the strengths? What's already got great momentum? What are some gaps to fill? What are some new things to add? And then how do we prioritize that? And we have some specific views within our conversations about how we might do that. And this is what we can now hand over to many of you, looking at institutional level or organizational level or maybe even national level about how to put different enabling factors in place. And I'll give you this view of it because it brings to life a little bit the different types of roles to be played. RFO being a research funding organization, RPO being a research performing organization, an RSO being a research societal organization, and HEIs being higher education institutions. Embedding citizen science in regular ways of doing research, in regular funding, in mainstream education, integrating citizen science data in regular policy making, regular research cycles, and regular decision-making cycles, having the infrastructure to support that, but then also supporting research practices, strengthening the networks of where knowledge is shared and know-how is shared, and making knowledge production inclusive. And I echo Jessica also pointing out that we haven't had that part of the conversation so often yet today. Perhaps it'll come a little bit more on the schedule tomorrow. But part of what we're talking about with being open is also about being inclusive and understanding what types of things that might mean, including other ways of knowing, which is an aspect of citizen science that's inclusive. Here, once again, a tangible example of the process that Germany finished about a year ago, but it's actually the second process, and the second process is already a 2-year process, doing a really deep investigation of what is needed to enable and sustain citizen science towards a really clear strategy for where Germany wants to be in the science and research and innovation picture in 2030, and what's the role of citizen science in this. And it's a really amazing, detailed book. I encourage you to dive in. But part of the shining story here is the degree of collaboration that took place in that process, the amount of dialogue with different stakeholders on location in different places in their institutes and communities, working with NGOs and civil society organizations, and that is what all got encapsulated in the Weißbuch. So that's a lot to digest. That's the URL for the final report. I encourage you to look at the whole repository, but to just pull out the top 4 recommendations that were consistently emphasized throughout the entire MLE. Supporting the networks of practitioners is absolutely out of the starting blocks. Easy win, number 1. Connect people, get them talking, connect them sharing stories, have this conversation about what are success factors, what is excellence, how do we do this well, how do we recognize quality and the impacts of these practices, how do we pick that up in our reward and recognition metrics systems inside our institutions. Funding is a needed engine for all of it, but it needs to be dedicated funding. It needs to be specific funding. This is funding for scaling up with a kind of criteria for that. All of this contributes and is part of the cultural changes, that iterative loop, and underpinning it, we do need the supportive infrastructure as well. Hopefully you have questions, but I'm going to invite you to put them in the Menti for those of you that are watching online. Those in the room, if you have questions that come up, you'll have the opportunity to ask in person later, but if you want to note them in Menti already now while you're thinking of them, please feel free to do so. And with that, I'm going to hand back to Alan, who's going to invite more people to the stage to bring this more of the story.
Thank you so much, Margaret. Thank you. So, as you will have gathered from that whistle-stop tour of the work that's been going on, not just, as I said before, from Margaret and myself, but from a whole group of people. It actually was one of the nicest things for me to be the chair of something like that, because you really felt carried along If ever the question was, is there activity in Europe around citizen science? The answer is yes, absolutely. And we kept tripping over more and more examples. As Margaret said, we're going to have a Q&A, but before we go into that, we're going to go to two countries as interesting cases of citizen science making this transition into policy and practice. And first of all, we're going to go to Barbara Weidgruber. Barbara is the Director General for International Relations and Scientific Research in the Austrian Federal Ministry of Education, Science and Research. So Barbara, I can see you and everyone can now see you on a big screen. We're very interested to hear your perspective on these things, coming particularly from an Austrian point of view.
Well, thank you. I hope you can hear me well as well. Dear participants, as Signe Ratzo said before, I also regret not to be there with you, but I'm very thankful for having the opportunity to share with you some of our experience and lessons learned from the MLE. And I would like to thank the organizers for setting up this event and providing such an excellent opportunity to focus on one of the elements of the European research area with a high potential for making the European research area tangible for a wider public. In the MLE, Austria was represented by our Austrian Research Promotion Agency with the National Agency for Industrial Research and Development, but also the agency supporting Austria in participating in the European Research and Innovation Framework programs and in the European research area. At the same time, we also established an interinstitutional task force in order to bring together the main stakeholders, the Citizen Science Network Austria, funding agencies like the Austrian Science Fund and the Austrian Agency for Education and Internationalization, and of course, we as a ministry also took part. In terms of citizen science funding, our ministry already set up a first program supporting high-quality citizen science research projects in which higher education and research institutions work together with educational institutions on an equal footing, involving also additional partners, if possible, from society and business as early as 2007. And from 2007 until 2019, about 300 projects were funded with an overall volume of 35 million euros in the framework of this program, which we called Sparkling Science. Meanwhile, we have further developed this program and are now implementing Sparkling Science 2.0 and started actually last year with 34 projects with a volume of 11.5 million. So you see that we learned you need more money in order to have more and larger projects. The aim of this program is to further intensify citizen science cooperation between research and the education institutions, but also to help overcome barriers to science and to help increase trust in science. A special emphasis is now put on the inclusion of schools and educational institutions from peripheral regions and those which have not yet been reached by citizen science activities. We also managed to embed citizen science and responsible science in overarching policies of the ministry in our research action plan back in 2015 or in the Austrian National Development Plan for public universities. All the time, the overall aim is to deepen the dialogue between science and society. In 2015, our ministry founded the Center for Citizen Science at our Agency for Education and Internationalization in order to support the implementation of citizen science with various activities. One of them is the coordination of an annual competition for citizen scientists, the Citizen Science Award. Each year, interested pupils and adults are invited to take part in selected research projects from April until the end of the school year, and the most committed citizen scientists are awarded Citizen Science Award at a festive ceremony each autumn by our ministries and the Austrian Agency for Education and Internationalization. And it's great to have so many happy pupils, teachers, and citizen scientists every year. The research community itself initiated at the same time a bottom-up process and created a network and a platform, the Austria Does Research platform and the Citizen Science Network Austria. The partners of the network jointly pursue a multi-annual strategy, and one of their regular activities is the organization of an annual Austrian Citizen Science Conference, which is supported by our ministry. Responsible science, citizen science, and open science have also been included in the Strategy for Research, Technology and Innovation 2030, adopted by the Austrian federal government in December 2020. And last year, the Austrian Council of Ministers adopted an Austrian policy on open science and on the European Open Science Cloud, which also included citizen science. Therefore, for us, the MLE offered an excellent and timely opportunity to highlight progress on citizen science in Austria, both nationally but also internationally, with the other participants. And it was a chance to exchange good practice and to learn from others on how to further develop the Austrian citizen science policy. With 18 countries committed to its implementation, the Action 14 of the European Research Area Policy Agenda 2022-2025, Bring Science Closer to Citizens, is one of the actions with a high degree of visibility and many joint efforts on the European level, as Signe Ratzer also pointed out, but also many measures at national levels with the aim to increase the involvement of citizens in science and research and to contribute to strengthen public trust in science. But it is also an important element in other ongoing reform efforts in the European research area, such as the research assessment in the coalition of European research funders and research performers, and of course also in the discussion of attractive careers in research in the European research area, because in the end, citizen science should be an integral part of science and research culture. In Austria, the federal government adopted a national European research area action plan in December last year, with a number of initiatives linked to the various actions of the European research area, some of them also related to open science. And one dedicated initiative in our European Research Area National Action Plan addresses strengthening trust in science through citizen science. This, of course, included our participation in the MLE, but also the participation and the national funding of the Plastic Pirates Go Europe campaign and many other activities addressing citizen science. We also succeeded in including the further development and use of new and innovative instruments and measures to promote excellent, high-risk research, as well as the strategic use of participatory open innovation and citizen science methodology to identify research questions with societal relevance and to strengthen trust in participatory process, science and democracy in the Austrian Research, Technology and Innovation Pact for 2024 to 2026. And this is the instruments where all the research ministries also receive the money for. So let me end by drawing your attention to a conference next year, the European Citizen Association Conference, the largest international conference on citizen science in Europe, taking place in Vienna in April, from April 3rd to 6th next year, on the joint initiative of the Natural History Museum Vienna and the University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences Vienna. And I look forward to seeing many of you in Vienna next year for this large conference. Many thanks, and I look forward to the further debates.
And Barbara, you can still hear me? If you could share one thing from your Austrian experience with friends and colleagues across Europe, what would that one thing be?
We can always be better together. It was so important to really see what others do and to have this feeling of joint activities. And I think, of course, the Plastic Pirates campaign was one that made citizen scientists tangible and visible. And it's probably those campaigns that are needed, also addressing the SDGs. So you can do a lot of things with just one initiative. And so please all of you join this initiative so that it actually becomes pan-European, because then it's a success for all of us.
I was watching the Eurovision Song Contest on Saturday, and I'm beginning to think I'm growing into this role. I'm just saying, your country is hosting Eurovision. You might, no, probably not. But the next country I want to turn to is another trip, this time to Romania. Romania was a very active country, not least through Ioana, who's just joining me here right now. So you were with us all the way, Romanian colleagues, through the journey of the mutual learning exercise. So I'm really pleased to be able to introduce Adrian Curaj, who, as you can see, is General Director, and Ioana Triff, who's the Open Science Policy Expert, both of the Executive Agency for Higher Education, Research Development and Innovation Funding in Romania. So I'm going to hand over to you, Ioana, and I know you're going to be doing a double presentation with Mr. Curaj.
Yes, the first presentation will be the presentation of Mr. Adrian Curaj, and
that'll come. He'll come right here.
Okay, and I will help.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Have liked to participate. I would have liked to participate in person, but it was not possible. However, as you said, Alan, my colleague Ioana, who represented UEFISH JDI in the MLI, is there, and that's good. For us, participating in MLIs is very rewarding. Both exercises we have participated until now, citizen science and foresight, proved to be rich and moving things forward. Who are we? The UEFISH JDI. A part of having such an unpronounceable name, we used to replace it with the executive agency. We are the main public funder for science and innovation in Romania. Plus, the key public institution in providing policy advice on science and innovation and smart socialization to our government. Now, something about citizen science. The citizen science has followed two routes of developments. The first one is rooted in foresight for policy and foresight exercises we have run since 2005. From stakeholders inclusiveness to large co-creation processes, we run different projects, including projects at the European level, focus on citizen participation, scenarios, as well as citizen enrichment and validation exercises. It is not in my intention to go more into details on this direction, but the second one is citizen science as part of the Open Science Initiative. Ioana, if you are so kind to move to the slide 3. Here in this context, I shall say a bit more about our role in capacity building, our role in developing capabilities in open science. Next slide. We started our journey in 2014, taking an active regional role on the Science 2.0 consultation. Ever since then, we have participated to different initiatives and projects and keep our attention focused on developments. Based on all this participation and being close to the experiments and the new developments, we have brought back home in practice and later on in policies, challenges and opportunities all of these initiatives. In 2018, we decided to set up the Open Science Knowledge Hub, taking an active role in championing the open science development in Romania. The Open Science Knowledge Hub is a one-stop shop to initiatives, resources, and projects. The executive agency is part of CONOSC, also participated at Science Europe Working Group on Open Science. Also, we participated to the process of development and adoption of UNESCO recommendation on open science in partnership with the UNESCO Chair on Science and Innovation Policies in Romania. It is also the signatory of the action plan for Diamond Open Access. And next slide, please, Ioana. And represents Romania in open air, NIFOS Europe, acting also as RDA node Romania. We participate in different task forces and support also European Open Science Cloud developments as a member of European Open Science Cloud Association. Of course, we are also, of course, I said also we are partners in Fair Impact project. And even more, we are very much interested of projects addressing open science and research assessment. We are early signatory of COARA, members of the working group of Science Europe on research culture, partners in Opus project, Open Universal Science, partners in GRASP OS, Next Generation Research Assessment, and the DORA signatory. Many more to say, but we don't have time now. Next slide. Experience from practice help us to channel our policy advice for building an enabling framework for citizen science. The three pillars towards the enabling environment are National Strategy for Science and Innovation and Smart Specialization 2023-2030, the Work Program, National Plan for Science and Innovation, and White Paper on the Transition to Open Science. Citizen science is part of the national strategy under the open science objectives, as well as part of the science and society program. So there are a lot of funding instruments for building the capacity and helping things happening in Romania. And it is not also only about talking, having been preparing different funding program for citizen science. It is also about we walking the talk. We ran recently an enrichment and validation process, having citizen at its core for the strategic research agenda in our strategy. We use the knowledge and expertise developed in one of the projects we are partners in. The project is ProEthics. Being a session on mutual learning exercise on citizen science, I shall end my part of the Romanian presentation by expressing my appreciation to the persons coordinating the MLI, the chair, Alan, thank you, the rapporteur, Margaret, key experts, Muki, Rosa, Marzia, and Antonella, also to my colleague Ioana. My appreciation goes also to Ana Maria, EC PSF team leader and coordinator. Ana Maria, we have met in the last 3 years in the context of different projects, MLI and citizen science on Foresight, and at the initial phase of the PSF Moldavia. Thank you so much for the way you are doing things with passion. Now, Ioana will continue saying more and much focused. She is actually the expert in citizen science. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to briefly present the contribution of the MLE to the strategic recommendations included within the white paper on the transition to open science. The MLE on citizen science came at just the right time for us. The MLE took place in parallel to the national efforts on developing the white paper on the transition to open science. Therefore, the exchange of experiences, good practices, and lessons learned between participating countries and the information included within the discussion papers and thematic reports, especially those regarding enabling environments for citizen science, contributed to the development of the strategic objective dedicated to citizen science, part of the white paper on the transition to open science, which was published in December 2020. 8 strategic objectives have been detailed within the white paper on the transition to open science related to the pillars of open science, with related actions proposed to be implemented at national level. The aim of the objective dedicated to citizen science is to get the science closer to the society and to open the science more. In order to achieve this objective, research projects that involve citizens in different stages of the research process should be supported and encouraged at the national level. The actions that were proposed to be implemented at national level are established based on an analysis of the national context and MLE recommendations regarding enabling environments for citizen science. And it is also important to mention that the proposed actions were subject to a national consultation that took place between August and September 2020, part of the general consultation regarding the white paper on the transition to open science. The strategic objective proposes different actions that support citizen science, such as supporting projects that encourage the involvement of citizens in different stages of the research process, such as data collection. This action is supported also by the ARDA strategy and also by the ARDA funding program, Science and Society program. The discussions regarding enabling factors for citizen science were especially useful and helpful, taking into consideration the national context and the MLE recommendations. We proposed several actions in this regard. The first one is the development of innovative methodologies, methods, tools, instruments to facilitate citizen science, such as the development of underlying technology, such as mobile applications, IT tools, and other web solutions. Citizen science skills and education are very important, taking into consideration that fact that researchers interact with the general public, either directly within collaborative projects or indirectly through scholarly communication. In this context, we are following up one of the MLE recommended enabling factors for citizen science, and we proposed an action, namely the development of specific citizen science competencies of researchers and staff from academic and research institutes through capacity building activities, such as workshops, dissemination events, and other forms of capacity building and exchange of knowledge. Another proposed action to be implemented is rethinking the system of rewards, recognition, and research assessment by taking into account the collaborative and participatory practices, such as citizen science. And this goes hand in hand with the reform of research assessment. Our institution, together with 21 institutions from Romania, are the signatories of the Coalition for Reforming Research Assessment. Another enabling factor that supports citizen science and which is proposed to be implemented is the development of a national network on citizen science, a national network of citizen science practitioners who collaborate with other key stakeholders and who further develop citizen science in Romania. The process of consultation and dialogue with the researchers and other key stakeholders is supported by the platform developed by our institution, and one of these platforms is the Brain Map, the online community of researchers, innovators, technicians, and entrepreneurs with more than 50,000 accounts. Through the Brain Map platform, our institution initiated the development of a national network of open science experts. The aim of this national network is to support open science dissemination activities and also to contribute to the development of open science skills at national level. And we think that this national network of open science experts that will be established at national level could be the starting point for a national network on citizen science. In conclusion, the MLE has been a great source of information, knowledge, and a great learning opportunity for the participants from Romania. The MLE offered also a great and timely opportunity to share the progress towards implementing new measures regarding citizen science. Allowed me to add my thanks and my appreciation to Ellen, Margaret Gold, Muki Hackley, Rosa Arias, Antonella Radicchi, Marzia Mazzonetto, Gabriela Leo, Anna Maria Zono, and the representatives from the other participating countries for making MLE a fruitful and learning endeavor on citizen science. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now you will be anticipating a question, Joanna.
Yes,
so
okay. Yeah.
And also to Adrian. What about the role of the universities in this? We have the president of Stockholm University just moving out the room, but many people here represent the represent the university sector. Are the universities driving this process? Are they following the process? Or where would you say the universities are in terms of the kind of changes that you're discussing? Adrian, if you're still here, or Joanna?
Exchanging experiences, they are core actors in our developments, and this is something we foresee from the beginning, and a part of foreseeing, we walk the talk of having them as partners.
Do you want to add something, Joanna?
Yes, I wanted to mention the fact that universities were consulted on the white paper on the transition to open science. We had a complex process of consultation, and the majority of answers came from the public universities and the research institutes. So universities are a key actor in driving citizen science and open science in Romania.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so now we come to the Q&A session, and we are fantastically precise in Sweden. We are very precise. So that's actually, we could even be a minute and a half ahead of time. No, I'll keep using the time. Don't push my luck. So now we're very much open for questions. We have one more thing before you finish, and that will be showing a video based on the MLE, which will send you out full of energy and inspiration. But that will come in 20 minutes or so, depending on how many questions you have. Let me turn to people in the room first of all. Anything anyone wants to contribute or ask at any level about citizen science or the various points we've heard also from the national representatives and the EC. A gentleman at the back, yes. I think he's a gentleman.
Yes, I have a question. We talked a lot about dedicated funding and the importance of dedicated funding. We've seen a lot of examples of that in different countries, which is fantastic. In Sweden, we don't have that yet, just saying. But also we talk about citizen science as being real research. I mean, it has a real scientific value to it, the outcomes of it. It's not a communication activity, it's not outreach, it's real research. Could you just develop on why it is important to have dedicated funding? Because otherwise it would be, I mean, in the long term, it would be, the goal would be to have citizen science integrated in all research and seen as a way to do research in general. So Margaret, can you just develop on why is it important to have dedicated funding for citizen science?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you, Martin. There's a lot of aspects to that. You could certainly see citizen science as fitting in with the wider spectrum of societal engagement practices that also include public engagement and science communications. And you'll usually find some space in dedicated funding for science communication or public engagement that says citizen science is also allowed. But then you don't have the same kind of strong coordination of the research activity itself, which is why it needs dedicated funding in that coordination sense, but also the support for the researcher and the good quality research. But it has additional specific characteristics, because if you're engaging with people in society, you have other types of costs that a typical research pathway might not have. And those need to be explicitly mentioned as applicable costs within the funding instrument. So sometimes you see examples of this is for research and citizen science approaches are also allowed. But there's still more characteristics to it than just that might not necessarily be sufficiently caught. For example, often at the research funding instrument, you want to be able to very clearly state your research question and your anticipated outcomes in the funding proposal, and this is part of your criteria for a successful funding proposal. But if you're describing co-creative practices with community partners in the ground, then by definition, you do not know what your research question might be, and you want to build in enough flexibility to veer a completely different direction because it's an answer to a community-identified need, something that's more urgent, or maybe there's a complexity factor that wasn't evident to the research but is very evident on the ground. And then it requires a different type of not only criteria for the assessment of the funding proposal, but flexibility in the pathway itself. And because you need to be able to describe those things up front, it needs consideration in the funding instrument. So that's a specific example.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any more questions in the room? Yes, please. I'm making you work very hard. Thank you so much. And the microphone is just coming your way.
Hi, I'm Magnus Elio. I spent too much time on something called Wikidata, and that's a knowledge graph. And we try to communicate and push organizations like the National Library to make better data. But the problem we see, as you speak about co-creation, we would like to see backlogs, we would like to see help desk IDs and so on, but we don't get it. How should we move? We have it in Wikidata. We support 300 languages. We have live stream APIs and so on. But how should we move organization and have some kind of best practice? I think the problem is not our side. The problem is how to speak with others and make them change the organization so they support knowledge graphs and so on.
Yeah, there's a lot of aspects to your question. It's a good question. My answer is a fairly complicated one, but it's kind of similar to most of the big things that we're tackling right now, and that's all levels at once, all layers at once, but in collaborative, iterative development with each other. So you need the layers understanding what the needs are for both, and sort of everything moving the needle at once, which is complex, but it also is part of the wave that's moving all of this forward.
Yes, but it's also a little bit about trust. Yeah. I get better support when my iWatch is broken. Then I get a help desk ID. I know what's happening when I should pick it up and so on.
Yeah.
But if I speak to like the National Library or National Archives and so on, it's like sending in something in a black hole. And if we can't get the trust from them, if we can't trust them, then the equation will be nothing.
If I could pull out two aspects to your question, because I think I'm hearing two things. There's the trust aspect, and a lot of conversation about good quality science communication is framed in terms of we want to increase trust in science that's in society. But there's a flip side to that trust, that science and official science pathways have more trust in society and local knowledge and local concerns. But there's a second aspect, which is linked to Martin's question, actually, which is what are the revenue models? So as soon as you have a commercial service provision, there's a funding model, revenue model behind that, the business model. And to make citizen science trajectories sustainable over the long term, there's a point at which they don't fit in the research funding model anymore, unless we have a new thing where we describe the scaling up, the sustaining. So they need a new type of revenue model. But as soon as we turn it into something that has commercial viability, you lose some of this by the community for the community essence, some of this home-owned, our data belongs to us kinds of thinking, if there's a commercial aspect. So there's quite a lot of detail to work out about how to make these types of initiatives sustainable over the long term.
Can I bring the microphone down the front? Just right here. Yeah, I think also this reinforces the point about network building and conversations going on across parties. Sometimes it can feel like silos, but at the same time we know that we need to, yes please. I'm very curious to hear about the Menti, that's why I'm pointing at the front, and I'm hoping there's something on Menti. And
Yes,
Sissy's about to tell me.
Yes, there are quite some interesting remarks and ideas, and maybe we can just take a look at those.
Yeah, if we could put the Menti up, that would be fantastic.
And share some of your own inputs to my questions on the screen.
But we need to move forward.
So
It will.
so this is in which sector do you work? We had some introductory questions, I think, on the Menti.
So just move forward, please.
If we're able to flip through. Is it possible
Well,
to
we
click
see where
through
we
these?
work.
While they're getting those up, is there also a question from the audience online that we could maybe...
Sissy, you could perhaps
Yeah,
help us while we're making the conversion.
May we wait for this to work? May I just ask you, because you were doing this great European tour of different countries and looking at different initiatives from different countries, and I guess that both Austria and Romania would be good examples, because we have heard speakers and there are really interesting initiatives going on. But also, did you find anything more of particular interest, ways of, as the title says, for the conference as a whole, going from policy to practice when it comes to encouraging citizen science?
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I think it's part of this feedback loop story. So and having these types of participatory practices explicitly mentioned as part of your open science strategy, as understanding what are all of the ways that we're breaking open the scientific process and scientific knowledge, and knowledge as a common good. By explicitly having these things stated, it then enables stuff on the ground. Because then you can point and see, this is recognized as valuable. This is recognized as part of the opening up story. And therefore, what I'm doing is valued. And then that becomes evidence at the top level. See, this is the value you get out of it. And here's what we were able to measure, what we were able to valorize, that shows the types of impacts of these practices. And it becomes that feedback loop. And I think everybody was coming with these kinds of stories. Those that were able to place it explicitly in their policy for the first time was thanks to those examples. And vice versa, those that had it embedded at a top level were able then to go to a middle layer and say, see, this is a directive from on high. We need to start doing this, and here's my recommendation for what we do here. And that opens that door up.
I think, just to add, I don't work for the European Commission. I'm a professor in a Danish university. So I was very interested in the MLE itself and how it would what effect would it have? And you can understand that you could be nervous that it wouldn't find much going on at ground level. Of course, there's a reason why citizen science was selected in the first place for the MLE. That wasn't by accident. But what I could see was this very nice synergy that, in a way, the very fact, and this is just my own personal point of view, that the European Commission had highlighted this area and that countries were participating. There was something just, and I say this in all modesty, because who are we? We're just very ordinary people. But something about the fact that the MLE existed gave it an authority and a legitimacy and an importance to discussion around these areas. And you could see this perhaps in some countries more than others, depending on how well established they were. But there was definitely a very strong signal, so to say, that Europe was taking this seriously and that we were traveling in that kind of way and seeing what was happening. And people were very happy indeed to put that in a larger kind of perspective. So that's why I said earlier on, it's a great example of Europe in action. I mean, for me, this is Europe, when you see exactly that kind of force. And we were very careful, and Margaret said this, not to have a sense of countries which are advanced and some which are less advanced on some kind of linear model of development. We didn't want to do that at all, because we recognize, of course, that there are many different national contexts, and what might be relevant in one country won't necessarily be relevant. And that's why, as Margaret also said very well, we had this backcasting approach, because we didn't want a linear model of stages that all countries go through so that some children were ahead in the class than other children. That was definitely not the model. The model was, let's work with what you already have inside this European framework in a spirit of mutual learning. So there's definitely a power to Europe. There's no doubt about that. The very fact that these issues are picked upon and given so much importance. And I don't think we have the Menti behind me, but you can see the Menti, Sissy. Perhaps you could share with us, is that possible if you get the mic? because I'm very keen to bring in the online audience into the discussion.
Yes.
Sorry to put you
let's
on the
take a
spot.
look. So
Yeah.
that's quite some interesting. So we will send it. We do have all your email addresses, so we will be happy to send out, so you can all see the results, of course. So I have this beautiful word cloud. Unfortunately, I can't. Look at that.
It's got citizen science in the middle and meldborgforskning in the center. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, oh, lovely. Lots of great terms there. Oh, and multilingual as well. I love that. I love how different languages have a slightly different angle on the translation.
And
Yeah,
Sissy, can you
wonderful.
talk us through the word cloud, because it's behind me and I don't like turning my back on everyone.
Yes,
What
yes,
do you
of course.
see in the word cloud?
We don't see it here,
Oh,
sadly.
you can't see
No.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's basically different names of like citizen science, engagement, co-creation, Bürgerwissenschaften, user involvement, engaged research, voluntary mapping, volunteer monitoring, participatory research, traditional knowledge, societal dialogue, and we are already on the next slide. But
Fantastic.
yes,
Yeah, lovely.
so a lot of different, but it's all about engagement, inclusivity,
Yes.
and also some data collection. Delaktighet would be inclusiveness in Swedish.
And this is in response to Margaret's question about the terminology in different countries. And now, Sissy, I'm making you work very hard, but I think we had some things from the Menti, which again, they're behind us, so we can't read them so easily. Is there anything anyone in the room, or yourself, Sissy, would pick out as particularly important?
So there are some examples then of factors that enable and sustain citizen science in your country or your field. So there are quite a few comments here too. Like we have a program sending PhD students into local schools to do projects. And we also have an open science office, which includes citizen science. Involving public libraries in co-creation processes and communication. Technology and citizens' access to it, or IT maybe, like IT, yes. So for example, apps to collect data. Engaging communication, working with schools once more. There's quite a lot of attention in the press of relevant results. And also mentioning public libraries again. So this is just a few examples.
Lovely, yeah.
But maybe
Some great
stop
examples
there.
of community science in public libraries as the community base that are also fantastic citizen science initiatives. I think I still see some hands in the room. Would you like to ask a question?
Do we still have anyone online? Yes.
Hi. On that note, representing the public libraries in Denmark, I would like to hear, and we talk about trust, and we talk about groundwork and accessibility, your experience with working with public libraries.
It's a conversation I'm having locally in the Netherlands right now. There's a huge amount of interest in it, and the example that I'm looking to the most often is in the US. It's quite a strong movement now to have citizen science hubs in libraries, not only as a community center, but also as a lending library of scientific equipment. And part of their mandate for digital citizenship and supporting integration in the community. So people learning digital skills and other skills for just navigating daily life, it's connecting really strongly with that. So those are the examples I'm looking to myself. And interestingly, in the Dutch context, perhaps similar to contexts here or in neighboring countries, the connection between the Royal Library or the National Library and the public library network, and therefore this kind of balance between research supporting libraries and communities supporting libraries, and having a bit more of a knowledge exchange between those two, which is opening up interesting collaborations.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see how people often think of citizen science as just an add-on to current institutions, but actually, I mean, the case of libraries is so interesting because you can see institutes taking on a new role. If they're open and innovative, as many libraries are indeed, you can see all sorts of new potentiality. So it isn't just simply getting more capacity in a kind of crowdsourcing sort of way. It's also, and I think that I've come from a university sector, a lot about how universities could be learning also from these kinds of activities and perhaps thinking about how this affects research. It's a difficult, complicated discussion, but I think it's one which ought to have rather than just seeing citizen science as an extra pair of hands to help you get larger data sets. That's okay, but there's much more to it than that. Do we have any other questions?
I see the microphone.
Hello there.
In the back.
Hi.
Yep.
Thank you. My name is Siret Talve and I come from Estonian Ministry of Economics. And I really clearly understand in some topics where you can use the citizen science. For example, we had a very interesting project where people were invited to send ticks and then to study which ticks are infected and in which regions you get this more sick ticks. And okay, but my question is that is your message that you can use citizen science across all TRLs and across all sectors, or are there still limitations and it is still more for applied science? And
the way I like to phrase it is that citizen science approaches as a body of approaches are applicable in every single domain, but not every single research question. There are types of research questions that lend themselves well to that type, to one or more of those types of approaches, and others that don't. And then you might be talking about opening that up in the sharing of the knowledge. So you might be getting much more into the public engagement with science or science communications spectrum to open up those particular fields of knowledge. But in every single domain, I consider it a bit of a party trick to challenge me to name something in your domain of science, and if I don't have an example top of head, I will go look for one for you.
Time is running. Do we have one last comment or question for now? In that case, I'm going to say thank you very much for your participation. Again, as Margaret and I stressed over and over, please do go into, I simply Google PSF, the Policy Support Facility, and then you'll see the MLE and the various documents there. It really is a great resource, and you'll see also lots of background on the things that we were covering so quickly.
Can I quickly add that many people currently have an invitation to join the next MLE in front of them. The next MLE is about public participation and engagement with science. Anybody considering joining such a process, I think you've heard today that those who did participate got so much out of it. So please do consider it.
Great, thank you. So I promised you a high energy burst, didn't I promise you that? And hints of Eurovision, you'll see what I'm talking about in a second, because we're going to have a video that was made by colleagues at ECARIS about the MLE, and also plastic pirates came up more than once in the discussion, so it actually features a case of plastic pirates. So the video features interviews with citizen science experts and practitioners from across Europe, highlighting the relevance and importance of citizen science in today's world. It showcases the contributions of Austria, Belgium, France, Germany, Hungary, Italy, Norway, Portugal, Romania, Slovenia, and last but not least, Sweden, in sharing policies and practices on citizen science through the MLE. It's 5 minutes long, by the way. It's not going to be Ben-Hur that you're seeing. The video also shares lessons learned from the MLE and discusses how citizen science can be scaled up. Experts from the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport in Slovenia and the NRDIO in Hungary provide their perspectives on citizen science, and Anna Panagopoulou, Director, of course, of ERA in Innovation at the European Communities, emphasizes the role of citizens in research and innovation. So I will show the video. It lasts 5 minutes, as I say, and then we'll have a final closing down and perhaps some advice about what's going to happen next. But just for 5 minutes, it'd be nice to have your attention for the video. Thank you.
I I think for our project, as for any citizen science project, there are different aspects. And one important aspect is that you involve the public in gathering data or in analyzing data, so they contribute to the science, which helps them experience what science is about, helps them get more trust in science. And on the other hand, an important aspect is this engagement of the public and thereby educating the public.
I think citizen science is a great way to open up science to society, to involve the public, to show why science is important, and really let them experience the science themselves instead of just learning about it at schools or just hearing about it in the media.
The Plastic Pirates Go Europe initiative is a European citizen science initiative where young European citizens, mostly school children, become scientists, and they go to a nearby river or waterway and investigate the degree and the origins of plastic waste flowing down rivers, which is then being analyzed by researchers and processed for data on plastic pollution of European rivers.
I really like the phrase mutual learning, and I think mutual learning sums up very well the spirit of this whole exercise, that countries have been willing to learn from each other in a very open and constructive and very enthusiastic kind of way. At each meeting there have been discussion documents and reports written afterwards, and they're all available on a common repository, and they're very valuable documents in addition to the final report.
What we've learned through the MLE is that the most important is actually the cultural change. We need to change or see this value of societal engagement in research and also in science policy.
We've planned at least 3 activities so far. One is to support a mapping exercise of all the previous existing and ongoing projects in citizen science, to support the establishment of a citizen science network which will enable capacity building in the field. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, we're hoping and done our homework to publish a specific call on citizen science projects for this year, for 2023.
Sustaining citizen science, because it's very important that we have a great local initiative, and it might be upscaled. Then, first of all, a reliable long-term funding should be accessible so that this project can be elevated. And the other very important thing that was triggered by the country visit of the MLE working group in Hungary, that we now established a communication network, kind of a mailing list, which is the starting point to develop a citizen science observatory in Hungary for the first time.
One of the main impacts, in my view, is that citizens feel empowered to better understand science and become part of the knowledge system and better understand how scientific knowledge is gathered and accumulated. I think that we are able to do excellent research with citizen science as a research approach and gain new perspectives on scientific knowledge and how scientific knowledge is gathered by doing this participatory research approach. So one lesson learned is really take your time, invest in getting many people on the table to get this multi-perspectives really into shape. And what we also learned from this is that we now have something in our hands to actually present to policymakers really sound scientific citizen science recommendations to further mainstream and broaden citizen science in Germany, and it's worth it.
At the political level, in the context of European research area, we have recognized citizen science as one of the key political priorities on which we have to work together with the member states, and as one of the principles on the way that research should be delivered. And I'm looking forward on how the outcomes will be implemented across Europe to enhance further citizens' engagement in the different member states' activities for research and innovation.
So I think that was the world premiere of that particular film, so you can tell your grandchildren about that when you get the chance. Thank you very much to everyone in the audience. Thank you to people online for your participation. I just want to finish by saying special thanks to Anne-Maria Fleetwood and to Sissy for all the great work in terms of setting this up. We're delighted to have this opportunity to speak to you about the Emily, and now I'll leave. Thank you.
Thank you all speakers and the audience for this engagement. We're coming to the end of this first day of the conference. So this will conclude the program. It's been very, very interesting to hear all these explanations about how open science can go from policy to practice. I will just make you aware of that there is a digital goodie bag if you haven't had enough of us. So on the website, you will find some links to reports and so forth. And I would also like to take the opportunity to thank our sponsors, the Riksbankens Jubileumsfond, RJ, and also the University Alliance of Stockholm Trio, who is contributing to tonight's event and who also make it possible for us to spread the message from this conference. So with that said, I will now hand over the flag to the Museum of Natural History, who will welcome you back tomorrow morning at 8:30. Don't miss it. And thank you so much, and see you tomorrow. And here in Stockholm.